Dubai Capitals had a fairy tale end to the last season of the DP World ILT20. But the defending champions were off to a rocky start in the first match of this edition. After being stung by the Vipers bowlers early on, their innings never really took off. Waqar Salamkeel's magic gave the Capitals some hope, but it was not enough to avert defeat. Another former champion Golf Giants made a flying start. After a clinical bowling display against my Emirates, Patum Nissanka's batting blitz saw the side home with plenty to spare. Brace yourselves for a dramatic weekend thriller in this high-voltage clash tonight. Yes, it is another big one. It is match 5 of the DP World ILT20. It is the Dubai Capitals taking on the Golf Giants. So 5 matches, and let us take a look at the points table now. We know it's early days, but let's just check it out. Desert Vipers there looking nice on top. 2 wins from their 2 games. Everyone has had a start, but everyone wants some points. Hello everyone, welcome into Dubai International Cricket Stadium. We are very excited for this huge matchup tonight. It's a big one. Golf Giants on a bit of a roll early on. What can our champions, our current champions do? Let's head out to the middle now. Waqar Younis has got the pitch report and Alan Wilkins is the captains for the toss.
Well, my first task is to walk up to the VIP party because they're all nicely assembled in prime formation here with Sanjeev Gupta, who is our toss representative. Simon Taufel will oversee the toss as our match referee. The Gulf Giants captain Moeen Ali and Darshan Shanaka leads the Dubai Capitals. And I believe the coin, which is passed from Sanjeev.
Tails, please.
Tails is the call, Gulf Giants, and it is a tail.
We're going to ball.
Good ball.
Gulf Giants have won the toss. Moeen, what have you told? Did you have a little whisper there?
Yeah, he knows.
He knows, right. What are you going to do? Can you tell us why?
We're going to bowl first, just purely because of the wicket is a bit tricky early on in the first probably 6 to 7 overs. Try and maximise that with the ball. But also there's a bit of dew as well around after later on. It's not as bad, but there is a bit.
I was going to ask you about that. How tricky does it come with a little bit of dew on the ball?
Yeah, it does become tricky. It then takes your spinners a little bit out of the game. Not so much here, but it's not too bad. You still got to play well and bat well and put a score on the board, bowl well and try and restrict them. And you got to bat well still because there is a little bit in the wicket.
Yeah. When it's the early part of a tournament like the DP World ILT20, how difficult is it to get all the pieces in order to get your playing 11, 12?
Yeah, it's difficult. I think especially with playing 2 UAE players and 1 associate player. I mean, they're very good players, but then to balance everything out, and then you have the impact player as well. So it just makes everything a lot difficult. Yeah. We've had a niggle with 40 from the last game. Marketer comes in for him. Then when we bat, then hopefully Vinci comes in.
Thank you for that. I didn't have to ask you about team changes. Thanks, Moeen. That's great. Hey, thanks a lot indeed. Let's have a word with Darshan.
Thanks.
Right, so Darshan, Moeen has won the toss. They're going to bowl. They put you into bat. How do you feel about the Capitals batting first?
Yeah, see, we know the conditions really well because we had a taste on the wicket last time. So, but, you know, we were not up to the mark, but hopefully we'll do well in this game.
Yeah, it's a pitch where about 156, 157 is the average score. Have you got something bigger in mind?
See, 160 plus always handy on these pitches, especially one side closer boundary. So hopefully we'll get to 160 will be ideal.
Have you made any major changes to your team?
Only one change. Scott Curry not participating, so Fish is in for that.
All right, lovely. Darshan, thanks very much indeed. Go and get prepared. I know you won't be batting straight up, but get the pads ready. So that's news here in the middle. The Gulf Giants have won the toss. Moeen Ali said they're going to have a bowl first. So what we want to do now is have a look at how this pitch might actually perform tonight. I think we should have Waqar. There he is, Waqar. Yeah, I thought you were coming in on my right. He's just sneaked up on the left. Look, for me, Waqar, I look at this pitch and I see grass on it. I see live grass. But Waqar, What do you see here, and what's going to happen straight up with the new ball?
New ball is going to do a little bit. I think modern bowlers, when they see the grass, they get excited, but they sometimes forget, the right length on certain pitches. And I think this pitch has got plenty of grass, and the few cracks are also opening because we're playing the second game on this surface. So I feel that up front, 3-4 overs, I think it will be good for the Pacers. It will just go through nicely, and I think the spinners, the wrist spinners, I think they'll be a bit more effective.
I've got to ask you, because here we are, we're on about a length. This is about a length here, isn't it, right?
Yeah.
But you were a Yorker specialist. When we're talking Yorkers, Waqar, you're talking about the ball landing here, so you take the pitch out of it. Why don't more bowlers use Yorkers?
Look, I think the T20 cricket is a short game, and they're always worried of getting hit, and they've got so many slower ones nowadays. So I feel, I think it's the best delivery. It's still a very, very good delivery, and especially when you have those blue lines, I think you've got to stick to those. Just create those angles, especially right-arm fast bowlers. I'm a little worried that why don't the ball round the wicket and create that angle. So I still feel that Yorkers are good, but this pitch, I feel, if you're a tall fast bowler, if you're a seam-up deliveries, will affect first up. But later on, I think it'll be boom.
Lovely. You should put a patent on those Yorkers. Thanks, Waqar. When Waqar Younis says the ball will do a bit, it will do a bit.
Thank you very much, boys. I'm joined by Simon Dool and Andy Flower on the sideline. And Dooley, it is good to be back at Dubai International Stadium. It's looking a picture tonight in an important game. I know we're early days in this competition, but the Golf Giants, just to carry on a bit of momentum they picked up from that last game, right?
Yeah, they were really good in that last game. Obviously demolished the opposition in that last game, and the Capitals a little bit below par, as Dyson said at the toss there. So, early part of the tournament. Look, I know the tournament's not won here, but if you can get yourself on a bit of a roll, you can afford to drop the odd game in the middle to the latter stages of the tournament and still make it through to the playoffs. What you don't want is 2, 3, 4 early losses, and that's what the Capitals are staring at if they don't improve tonight.
Yeah, so with the Capitals, Andy, what do you think their biggest area of concern is? I know we know it's early days, and people are coming and going, and we know how hard it is to assemble teams these days, but when you do get the team on the ground and they don't get wins straight away, what's the messaging like from the coaching staff, do you think?
Well, you've got to stay as calm as possible as a leadership group. There's no doubt about that. So certainly Hemang Badani is a very experienced coach. He's been around the block as a player and a coach. He will be staying calm. And I think one of their biggest challenges is they've lost 2 very key players. Shai Hope, who was brilliant at the top of the order for them last year. And also Sam Billings, who captained them so well last year. They've got a new captain in Dasun Shanaka. So his leadership skills are going to be tested here after losing the first game and losing the toss today. They're going to be under some pressure from good swing bowling from the Golf Giants up front. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond without the excellence of Shai Hope at the top and with a new captain.
Shai Hope scoring runs actually over in New Zealand for the West Indies, which is disappointing not to see him here in this tournament. But there are some players to watch out for, and the Golf Giants welcome back James Vince, not as captain, but we will see him with bat in hand, and that's a huge boost for them because he's been so key to their success in the past.
Yeah, look, I'm interested in Andy's thoughts on this, but for mine, James Vince is probably one of the premier white ball captains over the last 8 to 10 years. Success at Hampshire, success on the world stage. He's a great thinker of the game, and his game revolves around his batting, but when he's in the field as a captain, or even just someone for to, it's just an amazing thing to have, because his vast experience, his knowledge, his situational awareness, I think, is enormous. So from a batting point of view, it's great that he'll come back in as their super sub, as their impact player, I would imagine, in the batting order after they've bowled. And it just adds a little bit more to the top of the order for me. Plays a short ball really well still at 36, 37 years of age. Yeah,
when he's on, it's one of the loveliest things to watch with him batting. But Andy, when you were coaching him, what makes him such a good captain? I mean, obviously some of those points that Dooley, but when you're coaching him, what's the best thing, his best asset as a captain, would you say?
Well, I think he's got 2 main qualities that make him an outstanding captain. Number one, he's very calm. He's got a nice sense of humor. He's pretty quietly spoken until maybe you get out and go out for dinner with him and he loosens up a little. But that calmness radiates through a team. And to have someone like that standing at mid-off close to the bowler and communicating with the bowler, that's a huge asset. And he's got an amazing record as captain, actually, especially in semi-finals and finals, both as a leader winning the games, but also as a player doing well. And then his other quality is he's very good tactically. I think he understands the game well and makes good tactical decisions. And that is quite important out there in the middle, you know. You have some experience around you to call on, but you're the man making the decisions. He tends to make a lot of good ones.
He certainly does. Another player to watch tonight, Nasanka, we saw him in action. We saw him in action being the operative word, I think. Dilly, how would you describe his innings the other night?
Well, I mean, powerful, and for a man who's quite small in stature, and doesn't look like a big gym goer to me. He's not got massive muscles, not in the Gulbadine phase.
Tell him
but
that.
He's just very quick on his feet, and I think he picks up length so well. That's one of the keys I saw the other night. He's pulling deliveries that a lot of players would be maybe just sliding forward to, but he's back and pulling those types of deliveries because he is a little bit shorter, and I think his perception of picking up length was exceptional the other night, and so that was one of the key things for me, and just that power that he's got as well.
When you watched him the other night, and you know you come into a tournament like this and you start off like that, does it help? Does it help players? Do you notice it in the group when they get one away early on?
Yeah, 100%. Like, confidence and self-belief is so important at the top of the game. You're playing against a lot of other skillful opponents, and if you really have that self-belief built through lots of hard training, through working on your skills, through working on the understanding of your game, that is proper self-belief, and he's got it, there's no doubt. The way he carried himself the other night, he's definitely got it. He's had an outstanding year in international cricket, and now he's transferring it into this tournament.
And it made it very exciting to watch. Will it be exciting again tonight? You know it will. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're that much closer to the game getting underway. Welcome back to Dubai International Cricket Stadium. We're here for Game 5 of the DP World ILT20. It is the Golf Giants taking on the Dubai Capitals, and the Golf Giants have won the toss and they are going to have a bowl first. Andy and Dooley are still alongside me. Dooley, would you please talk us through the side with bat in hand first?
Yeah, well, they struggled with the bat. They didn't hit a 6 until the 14th over the other night. So struggles at the top for the Capitals for me. Sidikula and Shahan Jahangir at the top. Strike rates weren't really good enough. They lost 3 wickets in the power play, which didn't help. I just wonder whether it might be an opportunity to get Jordan Cox to the top of the order, or at least at number 3. I know Gulbadin had a good time of it last year. They need Powell's power, Shanaka, Willie, Hyder, so they've got enough all-round batting there, but do they have the out-and-out batters? I really only see 1, possibly 2 out-and-out batters outside of the all-rounders. That's their issue for me.
Andy Flower, what do you make of this Golf Giants side?
Well, the Golf Giants, big news coming from their camp is that Vince is going to bat when they get around to batting second. And if you've got Nisanka, Gurbaz and Vince at 1, 2, 3, that is an outstanding top 3. Very attacking and quite a lot of experience too. I think Omazai looks in great form with both bat and ball. And then the Irishman Mark Adair has come in as an all-rounder. And pairing him with Tushar as an opening bowler with that new ball, I think the Dubai Capitals openers are going to have their work cut out.
They certainly are. It's a huge match-up here at Dubai International Cricket Stadium. We've got some awesome troops in our team, actually, and one of them is pretty good when it comes to bowling. And Dooley, I'm talking about you as well. Waqar Younis, he's got a bowling masterclass with us with Mike Haseman.
Yorkers. Got to talk Yorkers. Who can I find? Anyone out? No, can't find anyone. Yorkers. Waqar, you're the bloke. You're the bloke to talk to.
You always find me,
yeah,
don't you?
I found you. Let's talk Yorkers. Do we see enough Yorkers in the white ball games?
Not enough, I feel, because that's a hard ball to sort of master, and nowadays bowlers are always worried with this new, technique of the batters going deep in the crease and looking to go for 6s. They don't really look to nudge it or look for 4s, so it is not that easy for them, I understand, and that's why they bring all these variations.
We're going to walk and talk at the same time. You perfected it. How long did it take you to actually perfect it so you could get it spot on when you wanted to at will?
Look, at will, I was right at the end of my career. I thought I mastered it, but it took me a long time to exactly understand where my Yorker needs to land. That's the key, because this box, nowadays, batters bat in this area.
Yep.
In our time, it was more like coming onto the front foot around this area. So the Yorker length, let me just bring these cones in. So the Yorker length was more or less this back in our days. But nowadays, the Yorker length becomes a little fuller, just purely because the batters are way deep in the crease.
And some of the guys go very deep in the crease when they're playing. Because I mean, the guys, particularly right at the end of the innings, or they want to get underneath the ball so they can to get underneath and hit it straight down the ground.
Yeah, I think the best way to go is a little bit fuller.
So you got to adjust.
Even a low full toss can really help. But yeah, modern day cricketers, for me, I think the suggestion to them will be just use these lines, these blue lines which they have given to the right hander, to the left hander, stay inside of that, use the angles, go around the wicket. I don't see any right arm fast bowlers going around the wicket and bowling this line, this angle, and cutting that area off. Just bring your fielders around this area offside and bowl there. They don't do that. They have different actions. Some of them are high arm action, some of them are slingy. I think the slingy action really helps you to bowl better in that region or in this region. High arm is a little bit tough.
What about the thing to focus on when you're running into bowl the Yorker? What were you looking at when you were running into bowl the Yorker? Were you looking at where you wanted to pitch the ball, or?
With my action, I would probably look around this area, maybe 1/4 of the 1/4 up of the stumps, but nowadays I guess they have to look a little bit higher, and because the ball dips. Remember that the ball dips. With my action, with the sideways ball coming down, it dips. So it was a little bit easier. But I guess for the high arm action bowlers, they have to really be very aware of that.
And they've got to work that out themselves. They've got to work out what suits them. For example, Dennis Lilly used to always, when he wanted to bowl nice and full, he used to look at the top of the off stump when he went into bowl.
Yeah, it goes different for different bowlers. Dennis Lilly was a really high arm bowler.
Yep.
I was a slingy like Malinga myself, and there's so many others nowadays. So I think for the slingers, It's more like a halfway to the stump, so maybe even a little lower to get it around that region. But yeah, I mean, Yorkers are still the best delivery. It's a dot delivery or a wicket-taking delivery.
And when we hear the bowlers are talking about the fact that they don't want to bowl Yorkers, they might get ramped and that sort of stuff, is that a cop-out or not? Is that a fair enough argument?
I think it's a fair enough argument because, as I said, that the batters are kind of like they look to go for big shots. That's why all these variation comes into play. But I still feel that you practice hard. You got to put a lot of hours into it to master this.
All right. He knows the deal. You've got to listen to him. He knows exactly what you should do.
That was fantastic. I loved that. Dolly, what did you make? What did you look at when you were running it?
Yeah, I was the same, and I learned that from Sir Richard Hadley, actually, from the base of the stump to the middle of the stump to the top of the stump, depending on your length. What you want to be doing from a bowling point of view is not looking at the batter or anything. You don't want to see anything that's moving from a bowling point of view. You want something that's static so that you can focus on it when it's not moving. And Sir Richard was a big one on top of off stump, middle of off stump, base of off stump. If he was at the base, that would be just a perfect line and length delivery. If you wanted to go a little bit fuller, he might just bring it up. Some days it's slightly different from an action point of view. So that was really good from Waikawa. I thought it's exactly what you need to be looking at from a bowling point of view.
That was absolutely awesome. I love it. All right, boys, well, we are nearly ready to go here. The Golf Giants have won the toss. They are going to have a bowl first, taking on the defending champions, the Dubai Capitals, who desperately need a win. We take a short break, and when we come back, it's all on.
We've got a beauty for you tonight. It's going to be a terrific game this. Dubai Capitals versus the Golf Giants. And we're coming to you live for match number 5 from the beautiful Dubai International Stadium. Now it's worth us just dipping in and having a look at the points table straight away. On the leaderboard, the DP World ILT20, the Desert Vipers are top at the moment with 4 points. Golf Giants, look at this. Look at the net run rate, 3.03. If they win tonight, they go to 4 points and they will then go top. So it's an important game for them. Abu Dhabi Knight Riders also on 2 points. Then there's a bit of a scrap between the Capitals, the Warriors and also the Emirates, yet to get in the points table and also struggling a bit in the net run rate department. Now, just a reminder, of course, that the toss was won by the Giants, and they decided to bowl first. Thought there might be a bit in the track initially, and perhaps a little bit of dew as well. That's why Mo and Ali decided to go that route. Waka Yunus alongside me. Waka, there's your Dubai Capitals.
Well, they need to pull their socks up and look to win this game. They had a horrible game last one. They're a fine side, no doubt about that. They've got Gulpati Naib, Jordan Coxer, Rowan Powell, captain himself, Shananka, David Willey, Heather Ali, Waqas Alamangi. I'm really looking forward to see him bowl. So there's plenty of power in this side, and they're too good a side to stay at the bottom right now.
Golf Giants who come and play a win. They lost 6 out of 6 playing at this stadium last season. They've won their first game this season, so that'll give them a nice little boost. Nasanka was outstanding. He played beautifully in the previous game, 80 odd. He was the player of the match. Gabaz missed out. They've got some fine players. Mo and Ali was silky smooth. He was really good. Amarzai contributed superbly with ball, picking up a couple of wickets, and also a quick fire performance right at the end to see them home. They won in the end with 34 balls to spare. So it was a really good performance by them in their first game. Bit of traffic outside, a bit of traffic inside. Here it is, the DP World Smart View truck is on its way and it's going to be delivering the match ball ahead of the start of the game. The umpires are on their way out in the middle as well. The taller one of the two is Martin Saggers. Akbar Ali Khan is the man who selected the ball. TV umpire Leslie Reefer. Match referee is Simon Taufel. So we are almost ready to get underway in a really important game. The Capitals, they lost their first encounter, I should say, to the Vipers by 4 wickets. They did bat first on that occasion, scored 150 for 8. If you get very close to the 160 mark, that's going to be an average score batting first. But the problem they did have, the Capitals, is that there were no scores of 40 plus. So they want to make sure they improve on that. Rodman Power was the top scorer with 39. Of course, he didn't bat right at the top either. And they had some power play issues. 32 for 3 they were. And we know that these power plays, Waka Yunus, can be seriously important.
Yeah, you got to be really on top of your game from the very beginning, because if your power play doesn't go well, then you struggle in the coming over. So Moeen Ali knows that, and he will make sure that his best bowler comes up front and look to pick out wickets. It's a bigger field. This is my first time here in Dubai. We had 2 games already here in Dubai, and the games batting second has chased down with ease. So it's a good toss to win. Moeen Ali winning the toss and electing to bowl first. He'll be hoping that his fast bowlers make early inroads. Cheyenne Jahangir is from USA. 250s, 32 innings he's played, a steady player. Capitals are looking to get a good start. Sadiqullah Atul from Afghanistan, another fine youngster.
Now he's always a handful, Tushara. Always a handful. He's got that low slinging arm action like a whole host of the Sri Lankans these days. Malinga was the first. The countdown has started. Righto. Let's play. Here we go. Big match, this one. Now he's got that away. First up. And that's gone for 4. Now that's the 91st Big Ticket 4 of Season 4. Play big, dream bigger.
Was not a bad delivery at all. Good to see the bowler swinging it away. Kept a touch low. I was expecting a little bit more bounce, but he did nicely. It was making the ball just go to the third man. There's no third man there. I don't know why these young fast bowlers, they don't put third men or even to fine leg, especially in the first over. Have a look at it where the ball's traveling. Batters are just come in. They're not settled. They don't know the pace of the surface. So keep the fielders where it's required. Good running. Very, very good running.
Yeah, you got to trust your partner. Thumbs up. Everything's fine. You've got to make sure you scamper down the other end. There's just going to be a little bit in the surface. You had a good look at it, Waka.
Yeah, there are a few cracks on the surface also, but the covering of grass really hold things, and because it's an evening game, and I feel that the ball will come onto the bat nicely, but especially with the new ball, if the bowlers put it in good areas, they will get something out of this surface, just purely because there is a green tinge on this surface. So the left-hander, right-hand combination might be a little tough for the bowlers, but they have to deal with it.
Just like the Capitals have got to deal with this power play. They've got to make sure they play really well in this power play. It's a little bit leg side. That's whipped away. There is protection out there. Just going to be the single.
Tushara searching for a little bit of swing. First three deliveries have swung. This one was a little fuller. Very slingy action, but the seam comes out quite nicely. He's got to start maybe just a touch outside the off stump and look to target the stump.
A little bit of swing. That's nice to see from Tushara.
You see, there are so many different actions nowadays in cricket, and you see a lot of Sri Lankans. They look to bowl like Lasith Malinga, bowl those with the slingy action, gets into the action quite nicely. But from here, you see his front leg sort of collapse a little bit, and he goes really, really low. I don't have issue with the arm coming very low as long as you got the seam coming down nicely.
Wide slip in position. Good swing again. That's nicely bowled. Oh, had to send him back. Loud scream at the last minutes from Cheyenne.
Not that easy to attack Tushara early on because he gets that outswinger going in and also got a decent pace. And he looks to bowl within stumps, which is the key in T20 cricket. One slip still there, the two in the cover, mid-off, and then the wide third man. Would like to see him a little bit finer.
Easing into the onside. Taking the single only. So 7 off the first over. Support there for the Dubai Capitals. We can see a bit of performance in the first game they played a couple of nights ago. Just in case you're joining us, the Giants won the toss and elected to bowl first. Conversation was around the fact that there will probably be a little bit in the surface first up. It is the same track that was used in the first game, by the way. And there's going to be a little bit of dew around a little bit later. Lovely shots of Dubai as well. Mark Adair from Ireland. Moving across, allowing a look at those three stumps behind him. Was Cheyenne. Well, that ball was bowled.
Both these bowlers are looking to bowl fuller, trying to get a little bit of shape on the ball and looking to swing the ball, which is right way to go. Look to pick out wickets. Still got slip in. Moeen Ali himself there.
Playing the last game. Mark Adair, that's been launched. There's plenty of acreage out there. A couple of bouncers into the advertising triangle. Nice boundary, good shot, solid stuff.
Well, that's the reason why in the first delivery he was looking to move toward offside, because he wanted to fetch the ball from outside the off stump and play on the onside. Nice pickup, good position, good balance, everything right about that shot.
That just puts a bit of pressure on Adair early. 4 off the second ball. Now that swung the other way, and also has been swung on the leg side. Another solid connection.
I think he was expecting an outswing, and suddenly the ball came in, swung back, and then he had to actually compensate a little bit. First delivery was an outswinger. This one, good seam coming in, and then he had to actually close the face and try to just gather it on the up a little bit. But yeah, good delivery, couple of good deliveries, but dealt in a very nice way. Modern day batters, they don't care.
Picked up, chipped away on the bounce. Always good to see the swing around the place. I think it's been one of the features of this DP World ILT20 Season 4. The white ball's been swinging a little bit longer than I've normally seen in these games. Martin Saggers played for England. Akbar Ali Khan, his partner out there. Swing again from Mark Adair. Nice movement.
Akbar Ali Khan on-field umpire with Saga. Great pictures. It's a beautiful stadium.
I also like it a lot. It's one of my favourite stadiums, this one. Good comeback actually off the boundary of the second ball. He's come back nicely now into the last ball of this over. Swinging away that time on the full. Just a single. Pretty tidy. 7 off the over, 2 done, 14 for none. Just a bit of other news around the Giants, the Golf Giants. James Vince is fit. We're expecting him to come in as a sub at the halfway mark of this game after they've bowled. So that's good news for the team. Strengthens them from a batting point of view, and also, of course, from a bit of intel. Amaza, he was outstanding in the last game. Picked up some wickets. Let's look at his career stats. 152, economy of 8.3. But did really nice in the last game. And he's got another wicket first up. Chopped it on from a long way outside that off stump. So what a start for him.
Yeah, it was a wild stroke. The ball was never there. Ball came back a little bit right at the end. That's why he managed to drag it back onto the stumps. He never thought that he's going to come back in. Good start. Very, very good start. Very wild stroke. And Cheyenne has to walk back. That's magnificent start from Omarzai. First ball, first wicket. Capitals 14 for 1.
Well, it is now. He batted early in the last game as well. Nice swing from Marzai.
Marzai does surprise you with his pace. He's got a very clean action and he's got a decent pace and pushes really hard. David Willey, known to be a fast bowler, a left-arm fast bowler, but likes to tonk the ball up front, and it's a good move, sending him up the order and looking to take on the bowlers. They want to make use of this power play.
It's a little bit leg side, and it's eased away. 4 runs. Good start for Willie. He's away. Second ball, boundary.
Yeah, straight away to the left-hander, going around the wicket, trying to create that angle. And with the angle, the ball swung a little bit. And that's the reason ball went on to the legs. Seemed good position, but that has to start outside the off stump. Can't be too straight. When he's too straight with fine leg up, you're asking trouble.
Willie's got a couple of centuries, 2 in T20s. We're batting in the top 3. Nice movements. That's terrific stuff. Marzai picked up 2 for 32 in the first game and 39 off 16 balls only with the bat.
Yeah, the head moving, and the ball was way too far. He was looking to bring the ball back in, and under edge onto the middle leg. Sighted, and why not? It's a good start by Marzai.
Got to treat him with respect at the moment. He's had a very good year. Asmatola Marzai can't do too much wrong. Swings the ball both ways. Free striking. Took on Rashid Khan, actually. In for a couple of terrific sixes in the last game. He was in a bit of a rush to try and finish that game nice and early, and succeeded in doing that. Along with the Sunker. A really good over. Got a wicket first ball and only went for 4. 18 for 1 after 3. The Capitals are being controlled at the moment, going at 6 runs to the over. They have lost an early wicket. Willie will look to step on the gas. Siddhiquala is someone who can certainly do that. He's a very good striker of the ball. I saw him in SA20 actually last year. Played beautifully. A little bit of moving away. Looking to advance down the track. No connection. I don't know. What do we got here? Ah, the commentators' predictions. Now, who's going to have this wrong? Surely it's not the bloke at the bottom. Surely. Waka? Surely.
You're kidding, aren't you?
Alan Wilkins, Waka Eunice, Andy Flower and Simon Dahl. Well, they're all going to be wrong. It's as simple as that.
Mike Haseman, you have no chance. 0.
Bad luck, boys. That's nicely bowled.
There's no real pace, 124 kilometers an hour, but because he's tall and he's found the right length from around the wicket. Look at that seam. Once you hit that seam in an angle, the ball is bound to move away from the left-hander, and acknowledged by the batter. It's just cutting off the surface. Not an easy pitch to bat on up front.
Back at the last minute, they're still scamping through for 1. They had a good season for the Giants in season 3, 13 games. Economy of 6.83. 19 was the average. 13 wickets, actually. 19 was the average. Economy of 6.83. It's very tidy.
Look, I think the pitches last year was pretty spicy, and he made full use of it. He's a seamer. He's a experienced one. Again, a little bit outside the off stump. Third man will clean it up. So all that experience he's got playing internationally, and then of course he's got a very good control over the wrist and the seam, and he's a genuine English weather kind of a bowler, where balls seam around the whole day, and he knows exactly how the seam come down. He's tall. Better in Irish, is it?
That's a beautiful delivery. Nice movement back in dugout at the last minute. Now we've got a question for our Z TV viewers. There it is, the Jawa Dakal and Umpao contest. Who won the toss of the DP World ILT20 Season 3 final? Was it A, Capitals, B, Vipers, C, My Emirates, or D, Warriors? We'll announce that answer, and also the winners tomorrow. T's and C's supply.
So Jalwa Dikhao Inam Pao. And at the moment, Adair is showing his Jalwa. That was a really good delivery. Maybe just pitched outside the line of the stumps. That's the only question.
He's not interested. No. 21 for 1 after 4.
$21 for 1 and 4 overs gone. Marzai is carved, absolutely flogged by Siddiqullah. What a very handsome shot that is. That's the first 6 of the evening, and it's come with some aplomb. Have a look at this, the full flow of the blade.
Oh, a handsome shot from a handsome player. He's nice to watch, the Siddiqullah. Sharp single. Good response from David Willey at the non-striker's end. They wouldn't have played together before, these two. Excellent piece of running from them. Last ball of the previous over, that was the LBW shout. Oh, wow. Looked pretty adjacent, didn't it? But a little bit of bounce from the tall Adair comes over the top. And Mo Ali was quite right.
He hasn't got all of this. Oh, yes, he has. He has now, just enough. It didn't quite look as if it came out of the middle of the bat. Gurbaz is the man underneath it, and he has signalled to the umpires it's gone for 6.
We knew that. Thank you, Gurbaz. David Willey sent up the order at number 3 tonight. And that's why he's there, to play those sorts of shots. Gurbaz, who's not used to fielding on the boundary. Yeah, he got his hands to it. It's takeable.
Might be a wide, it is. Azmatullah Marzai is he's running in very quickly. He means business. I mean, he's generating decent pace here, but he's just got to be careful of his control.
Good at swinging it both ways, Marzai. He's coming around the wicket. He's made an adjustment. Would imagine he's going to try, even though the angle will be into the left hand, he's going to try to take it away from him in the air. He didn't, and it went in. Thumped into the pad or thigh pad.
Well, the 1x bat power play. Crucial time, of course, for both teams. Let's just cast an eye on what happened, and the drag onto the stumps, counting for the wicket. And a 6 is coming as well, so a little bit of everything in the 1x bat power play. Capitals put into bat by Moeen Ali, the Giants captain. Bowled. Such a good delivery. You're coming round the wicket, you're aiming at the stumps, and the ball deviates towards a first slip area. It's such a good ball to shape it that way.
Really is. In fact, they had an opening batsman called David Warner playing for them last year, or last season in the ILT20. And that's exactly the sort of line and type of ball that people were trying to bowl to him. Feet didn't go anywhere. Ball swung. There it is again. Beautiful piece of bowling from Hazmatullah Omzai. Many lefties are going to play that. 36 for 1.
Well, the Dubai Capitals so far have made good capital. 36 for 1 from 5. Relatively unscathed except for the 1 wicket. But the ball is darting around. Waqar Younis said there will be something for the seamers straight up on this pitch. Ooh, that's going to be a wide. Tushara with this round arm action. Andy, in all your coaching career, have you coached a fellow with a round arm action like this?
Actually, I have. And that fella is Nuwan Tushara himself, actually. He was with me in the IPL. He got to play 1 game, and I really liked what I saw. He got 1 chance, and he did brilliantly. A very important game at Lucknow. He took wickets, and he bowled some excellent death bowling.
Down the leg side again, he hasn't quite got it right here. So how do you, if I can use the word coach, a player with Tushara's action? I mean, it's very unique. Lassit Malinga we know, but how do you go about your job as getting the geometrics right when you've got someone like him?
Well, yeah, it's a really good question. I must say, your original question, have I ever coached one of these types of bowlers? I worked with Malinga once in the T10. And he was amazing to watch. And I really loved the way he trained. He was so specific. And he used to just bowl off 1 yard to start his session. And he'd always put a couple of boots on the crease.
His left hand, his left glove to bring the ball back onto the pads.
Yeah, and Malinga had a very similar action. This is Tushara. He loads up, looks very conventional there. But then front arm looks conventional, and then that bowling arm comes from in front of the umpire. Something the batsmen really find difficult to get used to.
Oh, that's fabulous. How do you not take a wicket with a ball like that? He will bowl some of the worst deliveries of his career and take wickets, and that was one of the best, and it didn't.
Oh yeah, that's a ripper. Well bowled, Nuwan Tushara. That is exactly what he's trying to do. And David Willey has just squeezed that out with a bat. Did well not to just get nipped on that front toe, which would have been terminal.
He's absolutely delivered that with the precision of a surgeon. Tushara, wonderful to watch this is. Oh yes, that was a pretty adventurous shot as well from Sedikola.
Quite a nice shot, wasn't he? He advanced, but he did it in a very controlled manner. He just walked down the pitch at him. Played a nice shot. Tell you what we need to see. We need to see a slower ball. Lovely control from Sedikola. Slower ball's got to be coming, surely.
Okay, Coach Andy Flower is predicting the slower ball. 3 balls to go to complete the power play. Yeah, speed is down. Good prediction.
Thank you, Wilco. I'll take that. Nice piece of bowling from Tushara. Sedikola had to check his shot.
For the benefit of our younger viewers, even our senior viewers, why did you predict the slower ball? Why did you say that?
After Sedikola had advanced down the pitch, I think it was an obvious play. Someone's coming at you. You bowl the slower ball. You bowl the slow ball. What you're looking for is for the batsman to get ahead of himself. And as soon as you get ahead of yourself, you lose control of the blade of the bat. You lose control of the direction the ball is going to go in. And you can very easily chip it up to somewhere in that inner circle. The great thing about Tushara's slow ball is it's got deception. It's not easy to see. So the later the batsman sees it, the less time he has to adjust the shot to the pace of the ball.
Bowled. God, that is bullet straight as well from Sadiq. It's a great contest here between bat and ball. The power play is done. Capitals 44 for 1. So 44 for 1. The power play is done. Capitals, they'll feel, I would have thought, as Moeen Ali brings himself on to bowl. Oh, hello. A little bit of sting straight away from Moeen Ali.
Well, that gripped. That was a surprise. He has got the ability to turn the ball. Good record, that, isn't it? Economy of 7.6 for an off-spinner. Excellent, Mo Ali.
And the reverse comes out and it's successful. It's going to run for 4.
Sedikola saw that first ball turn, and instead of going against the spin, he's reversed his hands and gone with the spin. Got an up and over short third man. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I don't think that was a top edge. That was very well played.
He's gone back and he's played it from right in front of his stumps. Sedikola Atal is playing a very good hand here for the Capitals. 1 Test and 12 ODIs for Afghanistan. He scored 104 in his 4th ODI. David White in the foreground, who's CEO of the DP World ILT20. Zohaib Hussain with the beard. He's the head of broadcast and production. David White, former New Zealand Black Caps cricketer. 50 up for the Capitals, having been put into bat. And David Willey, who's in here, son of Peter Willey, the former England all-rounder who batted top order and bowled off spin.
Yes, boy.
It's a good contest. There's something in this pitch for Moeen Ali to think about, especially with his first ball having spun.
There is Wilco. Giants only bowled 4 overs of spin in the last match, the one they won against MI.
He's dropped it short. It's come off the top half of the bat. That's why it hasn't really gone to the boundary. 7 gone, Capitals 52 for 1. Dubai Capitals, match number 5 against the Gulf Giants. DP World ILT20 season 4 and 52 for 1 from 7 overs. They'll feel pretty good about this, the Capitals, having weathered a bit of a storm. The ball has been beating the bat. It's been swinging and seaming. Heather Razak is the new bowler, the UAE international, and he's been put away for a boundary first ball.
Big smiles from David Willey. He hasn't hit many in the middle so far in the innings. That wasn't in the middle either. It went for 4. That's incredible. That's right on the top of the bat. And it still flew away. Nonplussed, Haider Razak.
Top edge is it? It is, but it hasn't gone anywhere.
Tell you what is interesting here, Wilco, is Haider Razak's been brought on the far end. He's bowling to the shorter side to 2 left-handers, and he's the type of bowler that bangs it in. So these lefties, I think, will be camping on the back foot, looking for that short ball, looking to lift it over that short leg side.
Yeah, something unusual in the geometry of what you're describing. Short again, it's a nick onto the pad. And they might run for a second off the ricochet. They certainly will.
Direct hit from young Ayan Khan, the UAE all-rounder. Wasn't really a run-out chance on. A bit of a waste of a run. He's a good little cricketer, Ayan Khan. Excellent little left-arm spinner. Holds his nerve well. And can bat.
Something of a change in the batting order here. Gulbuddin Naib scored a duck in the last game, batted at 3 in the last match. That's been caressed away over mid-off. What a very good shot from Sedikula. And Heather Razak is a little bit expensive in this opening over of his.
Well, Sedikula is showing some real talent out here. That is not a half volley by any stretch of the imagination. That's banged hard into the deck. And he's hit it on the rise over mid-off. Comfortable, beautiful shot.
Ooh, has he gloved it? Does that come off the glove? Keep an eye on the umpire. Martin Saggers, what are you going to call? He's given that as a run. It's the 50 partnership. The double hit. He was in golf, he was on the golf course, he'd have to own up to that, wouldn't he? If he's a proper golfer. He thought it was funny. David Willey. bowled. It's a good finish from what was looking an expensive over. It went for 12 from Razak. 8 gone, and the umpires will tell us it's a strategic timeout. Capitals 64 for 1 from 8.
$64 for 1, much better start from the Capitals than in game number 1 for them. Lost 3 wickets in the power play in game number 1. 8 overs gone, they've got themselves into a decent position. Nicola is 27. Willie quite found his timing yet, but 22 off 16. A little bit of left arm orthodox from Liam Dawson.
Yeah.
Moeen Ali get a little bit of turn too, Waka, so I wonder whether Dawson will.
There's a little bit of risk also involved with Dawson bowling to the 2 left-handers, because normally the left-handers likes to favors the onside when it comes to the left armers. So far the length is pretty good. They've been very sensible in the first 8 overs. They're looking to have a good platform, have a good base, and then sort of kick on. That's a great numbers. Liam Dawson, 272 wickets. Look at the economy, 7.41 in T20 cricket. That's top draw.
Yeah, he's a brilliant performer. Really is. Many, many years. Can he operate it? One advantage, I suppose, from bowling from our commentary end. It is the big side of the ground where the left-handers will have to hit to, hence the 2, pretty easy 2 as well. It went quite a way outside the circle last ball.
Pitches here we have seen in the previous 2 matches, they're a little sticky to begin with. So you got to be careful, not losing too many wickets. It's okay even if you play a little slow, have little cheap overs, that's fine. I think once you have wickets in hand, then you can take a bit of risk like that. That is smoked away for 6. Beautiful shot.
Well, early candidate for the DP World Dispatch of the day from Sedugula. Sport, logistics, you need precision, adaptability, and shot. Tender for the DP World Dispatch of the day. Lovely use of the feet.
Looks a pretty organized player, this Sadiqullah. Straight away used his feet, picked the length and hit it away for 6. How good was use of the feet and using those long levers. He's a tall guy.
Field change. Owen Ali ends the night 75. Their order up tonight. Gulbuddin Naib had it at 3 in game number 1. He was dismissed for a 0. Looking for David Willey tonight. So far so good. That might be out though. Straight to deep mid-wicket. Catch taken. Omarzai with the catch and Moeen Ali with the wicket.
Well, that's the reason he changed end. Brought Dawson from the pavilion end and then himself going from the far and straight away picking out wickets, looking to take the ball away from the left-hander. And Sadiqullah, who played really well, couldn't really clear the field. It was in the arc. He could have done better with that. That's why he's gutted. He's not happy with that stroke. But Moeen is over the moon, picking up Sadiqullah's wicket. He's gone for 35, 75 for 2.
Now we see Gulbuddin Naib. 134, 12 50s. His T20 career. Like the fact that mid-wicket is in nice and tight. Well, not allowing an easy single to get off the mark. The one that goes straight on. Lovely from Moeen.
Didn't see him ball in T10 just recently in Abu Dhabi, but is bowling quite well. With all that experience, flights the ball well, and then of course that quicker one. This is the one which turns a little bit too straight. Maybe leg buys. Bowling well, really well. This one wasn't his best delivery, was a little too short. Couldn't really get under it the way he wanted to. And went straight to the fielder. Very pleased, Moeen Ali.
Dawson didn't bowl in the previous match. Moeen Ali and Tabraiz Shamsi bowled 4 overs of spin between them. Left Shamsi out tonight. The Gulf Giants bowling first. Ian Khan. An option as well. Two runs and a wicket. Brilliant from the skipper. 77 for 2. With the power that's left in the dugout, the likes of Cox, Powell, Shanaka, hoping for somewhere around that 10 to 11 over, 75, 180, be very competitive.
They do need a couple of big overs for that, and they do have players who can do that. We've seen 165, 170, maybe not enough. You need to maybe touch 180, maybe a little bit more if you can. Into the 11th over, 78 for 2. They're definitely in for somewhere around 175, 180.
Brilliant from Dawson. Yeah, we just saw a shot of Jordan Cox sitting sideline ready to come in. He's a terrific player. Was the player of the 100 this year in the UK. Brilliantly throughout that tournament. A lovely bit of bowling. Dawson, but foot safely grounded. No problem there.
Great length and a lot of revs on the ball. Ball landing on the seam. The surface underneath the grass is quite dry, so you will get some sort of purchase. Yeah, good delivery, very good stumping, quick stumping, but Gulbuddin Naib didn't move his foot. It's another fine over in process. Only 1 run in 4 deliveries, so they're sneaking in with a couple of really good overs. Capital's got to be careful here. Don't just give it away. Just look for runs, look for big shots also. Don't just walk down, because 165, 160 may be not enough.
Back-to-back good overs. Ali first of all just went for 2. Dawson's got 1 delivery left to try and keep David Willey quiet. Push for 2, but it'll be tight. It's only 1. Gerard Erasmus does well. 3 from that one. So a couple of good overs for the Giants. 80 for 2. Slip in place. 12th over of a T20 match, and we've got a slip in. Good from Moeen Ali, bringing that man from backwards square in the circle into mid-wicket now. Why? It's turning a little.
Last 30 deliveries, only 36 runs been scored, and they've lost a wicket also. Still very, very, very careful. Really was given opportunity up front, thinking that they'll go and play as a dasher, but that's not happening. It's taken way too much time. 25 deliveries he's faced for 28.
Turning enough. leg by, I think. The Capitals are watching this with interest. They've got Waka Salamkheil, Haider Ali. Ahmed Nabi is on their substitutes bench, so I'd imagine he will come in. He could come in now for Teddy Kula probably, and maybe bat at the back end and then use that new ball from a bowling point of view. He's not coming in now anyway because he hasn't got his pads on. Another one that goes straight on. Wonderful stuff. This is a really good spell for the Giants. We had 16 deliveries, 6 runs. 18 balls since a boundary. Pressure building. Who will crack?
Problem with playing that many dot balls, if you look to go for a big shot and you lose wicket, that's the problem, Stars. If you stay out there, if you've taken your time, that's fine, as long as you just make up for that. But if they lose wicket now, then big issue, big problem. Again, straight to the fielder. End of the 12, 82 for 2.
It's been quite fascinating to watch this. We'll turn around the place. Some adjustments need to be made. Willie's 29 off 27 at this stage. Isn't really going as of yet. Teddy Kula was starting to strike the ball nicely before he was departed. Bit of traffic around the place outside. Liam Dawson. So getting considerable turn. So it's a nice little game of spinners. They're in the game well and truly tonight, that's for sure. Landy.
Hello, Hazy. Yeah, the ball's turning. It looks tricky. Usually it's the swing that gets people into trouble here. The spinners got a little stranglehold in these middle overs.
Bit of swing early. Now that's been picked up. Has it gone far enough? Yes, it has. 6 runs. That's a pretty good connection. It's not the biggest boundary down to that pocket. 6 runs are important.
First boundary in 22 balls. Gulbadin. Nice compact little slog sweep. Didn't give it everything, but he hit it clean.
Working that to the long on region, just another single. So 7 halfway through the over. Another look at that 6. Good connection. Makes a big difference when you hit a 6 to the second ball of the over. Puts a little bit of extra pressure on the bowler. Gives you an opportunity to get a nice big over in to kick into these last 7 or so overs. Now that's straight up. Should be taken. He's got good hands, whether he's got gloves on or not. Gavaz taking that comfortably. He's got enough tape on, got to be said, but it's a good catch. End of Willie.
Gavaz shelled one earlier, tougher one on the boundary, but he's made no mistake there. A big smile attests to that. He made good ground off the boundary. Willie heading to the big side. He got under it, but got it too far under it. It went pretty much straight up. Nicely pouched. Willie, who was sent in to pinch it, he struggled a little to get going. 29, took him 28 balls. Capitals 89 for 3.
Jordan Cox now, strike rate of 142, 3,500 runs. 100, best of 139 not out. That must have been some knock. He's got some serious talent, Jordan Cox. We have not seen the best of him in ILT20 games. But a flight, a nice line from Liam Dawson. Look at the wicket.
Too far under the ball from Willie. He was trying to accelerate. He needed to accelerate. Dawson's a canny operator. He was operating with the big side to Willie's leg side.
Nice comeback from Dawson. 8 off the over in the end after the 6 second ball. 90 for 3, 13 done. Seven overs remaining now. Ian Khan is about to introduce. He's a very talented cricketer, this boy. He's a live wire in the game, can bat as well, very good in the field. Seen him for, I think, about 4 or 5 years, actually. It's very, very impressive. 4 for 16 is best. Amazing average, 18.87 with an economy of 6.2. Terrific stuff. Left arm orthodox.
Well, Hazy, I worked a little with Ian Khan. He's an impressive young man. One of the things I loved about him was he always wanted to be in the action.
He'll also get through his overs pretty quickly if he's bowling nicely. Jordan Cox is someone they're going to rely on pretty strongly here. About time that he started to light things up in ILT20. Quite amazing, 23 knocks. ILT20 averaging just 18, the strike rate of 111. That's not like him at all. Just 250s. That's his better pace, better length. Here's a look at the average turn in Dubai tonight. Match 1, 3.3 degrees tonight. Match 1, 1.8. Match 3, 1.7 degrees. That's a lot of turn tonight.
Good work from Erasmus in the outfield. He's quick. He's always on the ball, anticipating where that was going to get hit. It's interesting having Ian Khan in your squad. An interesting recruitment to get Dawson, because usually you wouldn't really want 2 left-arm spinners operating together. Thought the UAE player might take precedence.
Yeah, bought him. He's got a wicket in his first over. He will absolutely love that, Ian Khan. Very impressive cricketer, and that's exactly what he's brought in to do. Turn the ball, get through those overs pretty quickly, and get a wicket as soon as he can.
Ian Khan, he never lets you down. This is a little slider. Gulbadin looking for a similar slog sweep. The one he played successfully against Dawson the over before, and Ian Khan's got this man. Beautifully bowled. Gulbadin gone for 10. Capitals tiptoeing along at 93 for 4.
Also time for a strategic timeout. Moeen Khan's about to complete his first over. It's over number 14. He's gone for 3 only. That's all. We've got the subs involved now. Sudikula's out. Atul's in. Correction. Sudikula, Atul's out. And James Neesham is in as the super sub. Righto. So let's see what James can do. Got some work to do at this stage. Over number 14 has gone for 3 so far and has picked up a wicket. That is an outstanding over. Just going for 3 at this stage, and a wicket is brilliant for Moeen Khan. 93 for 4. Seven bowlers been used by the Giants, 3 spinners also involved. Occasionally exactly what's going on out there. Moeen Ali, unbelievable numbers. 3 overs, 1 for 11, going into an economy of 3.67. That's great. And Khan just the 1 over for 3 at the moment with a wicket also. And Dawson going at 7.3 off his 3 overs. He continues. Start of his final one. 2 guys at the crease who have just arrived, so it's an ideal situation for the Giants. Here's a look at the last wicket. Gulbuddin on his way, cannon into that middle stump, just looking to swipe at the last minute. Undone by a bit of flight, I think, for Moeen Khan. He's not the tallest guy. He's done a terrific job. He'll be disappointed, Gulbuddin. That first one hard as they should, trying to double up, and they do that quite comfortably in the end, so that's good work from the 2 batting in the middle. Captaincy's been outstanding tonight too, Moeen Ali, by the way. Terrific cricketing brain, bowled beautifully. I'm sure he didn't intend to do as much bowling as he probably has until he saw it turning considerably.
Or indeed as much captaincy.
Not true.
James Vince out with an injured hip, although we might see him when they chase. He might be the super sub. And Moeen Ali, excellent stand-in captain.
Just remember, anything around the 160 mark is an average score batting first at this venue. Need to go north of that to play a bit of pressure, I'd imagine, the Capitals.
Well, they've still got Rovman Powell to come. They're going to need his power. Dasun Shanaka, he bats a long way down the order, sometimes a bit too far down the order for my liking, for someone so talented.
Didn't quite get the length right on that occasion, Jimmy Neesham, but he managed to get the bat down at the last minute, keep it out.
Wicket to wicket from Dawson. Wow, it stayed quite low, didn't it? He did do well.
The last over went for only 3. This over so far has gone for 5. There's still 1 ball to go. So these are unbelievable overs at exactly the right time as far as the Golf Giants are concerned. Cracked away. He's picked up a boundary. That was very much needed by the Capitals. Brings up the 100. 102 for 4 after 15.
Nicely played by Neesham. The man on the boundary was positioned for his reverse sweep, so cover was open for the boundary, and he found it.
He's a boundary hitter. That's what he likes to do, Jimmy Neesham. Slowed down in that second block of 50. Only 2 boundaries in the last 6 overs. Moeen Ali's back in to bowl his final over. He's gone for 11 in 3 overs. Charging down the track, nice and straight. That's beautifully played. That's gone for 4. 2 men back, but they weren't straight at all.
That is perfectly timed by Cox. Real physical talent from Cox. Light on his feet. Move quickly against the spin. Lovely balance.
This might be an ideal situation for him, just to unleash a little bit. This is that onto the onside. And that's an unforced error. That's a little bonus. Should have been 2 only. Ended up being 4. Erasmus.
Gerard Erasmus moving quickly around from mid-wicket. Usually as safe as houses. He palms this one on. Good piece of cricket from Cox. There's an arm ball. Cox looking for that gap between long on and mid-wicket. 90 times out of 100, 99 times out of 100, I'd back Erasmus to pick up that delivery.
3 4s and 3 balls. Last 2 to Cox, single off that delivery. Destroyed Moeen-Ali's figures. 9 runs off 3 balls and it's over.
Well, Mo Ali is a specialist against left-handers. So this is the matchup that he's after. Jimmy Neesham, known for his power and boundary hitting. I'm not sure about the skill against the spinning ball.
Looking to come back for the second, but he's hit it too well. Good work from Mark Adair. You're going to need some big overs, these Capitals, towards the end here. Really starting to struggle a bit in the middle. That's really pegged them back a lot. A bit wide. Got a little bit lucky there.
Well done by Ayn Khan. That extra cover. Who's back on the edge of the ring, not worried about the ball going for a single. And he had to move quickly to his right, just to tumble away and make sure that didn't sneak through. I think there's a little dew out there from the way they're moving in the field. It's going to affect the second innings, no doubt.
Exactly what Moeen-Ali said at the toss. That's where we need to, one of the reasons we're going to bowl first. 16 overs done, 114 for 4.
They go along at 9 and over, they'll be getting to 150. 4 overs to go. Tushara back into the attack. 2 overs have cost him 15, and he got some good movement with the ball with this round arm action, sort of out of the Lassit Malinga school of bowling. He's dropped it short straight away. I suppose with this action, and Simon Doull, that's your art. This is fast bowling with right arm fast bowling. There's the DP World Smart Track. Now that buggy cam can give us, I would think, some great idea with its latest cutting edge camera work to give us a unique vantage point. Certainly not just today's action, but the way that Tushara's bowling. Just like in cricket, DP World uses smart technology to keep trade flowing globally. Now, it's this action that intrigues me, Dooley. Tushara, his arm comes almost in front of the umpire, literally on top of the stumps. Although he's gone a little bit wider this time. He's jumped out. He's gone a little bit wider in the crease.
Yeah, more accurate than some of the similar style bowlers that there are around the world at the moment, and a lot of them from Sri Lanka. A nice comparison, actually, Wilco. I heard you earlier. Folks downstairs, the good people at Hawkeye downstairs have done a nice little comparison, which will bring to you. Not too much happens after this ball. And Razak, I heard you talking about Razak earlier as well. Slightly slingy, but nowhere near the same as Nuwan Thusara. So they're over top of each other here. You got the taller figure of Razak, just slightly right of where Thusara lets the ball go. But that's the difference. That's the comparison. You've got Razak slightly slingy, and Thusara, look where he comes from, out of the white on the umpire's badge. And Andy Flower was talking also about how tough the slower ball is to pick up at different times from Nuwan Thusara.
Oh, that's a fearsome strike. My word. Jordan Cox all over this.
That was the slower one. He didn't find it hard to pick up at all. He just waited, sitting there, sweating on it. Jordan Cox, it's into the surface, pace off, and he bangs it. We saw this all summer in the UK. He was in sublime form, this man. And that is a magnificent strike. Yeah, just coming back to this, so you got Thusara really low, almost out of the badge on the umpire's shirt there, and then Razak a little bit higher. Look at the release points from Razak, how much lower Nuwan Thusara is. He sometimes goes wide of the crease, sometimes gets a little mid-crease, which brings that arm more in front of the umpire. But hence, at times, the fuller ball from Thusara is harder to get under because it skids a lot lower. Razak, we see, if he gets a little fuller, slightly easier to get underneath. But I like what I see from Razak. There's a lot to work with there. Thusara is obviously more experienced at this game and at the international level, but I think Razak's got a way to go. There's a lot to work with.
So I know when you were bowling for New Zealand, and you know, you bowled with a high arm action, but was there ever a time, and I'm not suggesting for a moment that you even went where Thusara's going, but was there ever in the way you bowled that you dropped your arm a little bit to do something different? Looking for the Yorker, the wide Yorker. So a lot of coaches say that your arm must brush your ear, that your right arm must be literally vertically, but was there a time when you dropped it?
Yeah, and it was interesting hearing Waqar Younis out in the middle with Mike Hazeman earlier, talking about how he was slightly slingy. What I found later in my career, when we started to discover how reverse swing worked, it was easier to get the ball to reverse swing back into the right-handers when you dropped your arm a little bit. So it's something I tried, I tinkered with, but not as successful as others. I was more just straight over the top. So the great reverse swing bowlers, mostly round arm.
Looking full, and Moo, it's close. It's going to go for an overthrow, but I would prefer to see Thusara bowling fuller like that than halfway down, which gets planted into the stands. 126 for 4. The last 18 balls, and we've had a period in this innings where there wasn't a boundary for 21 deliveries, and the last 18 we've had 3 4s and a 6. So 3 overs to go here. The Capitals have stuttered after a very good power play. They had a good start to this innings. Put into bat by Moeen Ali. And Jordan Cox, you've heard Simon Doull saying he was the player of the tournament in the 100 in England this season. He's the PCA Player of the Year as well for 2025. But he hasn't really shown his wares in the shop window of DP World ILT20. His numbers are not good enough. Oh, well bowled. Marzai's back. But Jordan Cox's strike rate in the overs 16 to 20 in T20s this season, wait for it, is 235. And I reckon, Simon Doull, that you saw most of his stuff in England.
Yeah, I saw a lot of it. It was simply brilliant. I think he picked up a first-class double 100 this season as well. He was prolific at the domestic level.
Now this is I like this contest here that we're seeing. Oh, that's really superb running. Jimmy Neesham has sprinted. He was going to the danger end, but Amatullah Omarzai here, the 25-year-old from Afghanistan, with the best bowling in T20s of 4 for 9. He's a pretty handy cricketer as well. Smashed 149 not out against Sri Lanka in Pallakeli last year. So what a cricketer he is. This contest right here. Oh, bit of cat and mouse, you'd think.
Yeah, just it made his mind up on Marzai, and then with Cox moving all around the place, decided not to bowl it.
And Omarzai is very much a popular cricketer, choice for franchise cricket. Here he goes. Innovation from Jordan Cox, and he puts him into the second tier here at the Dubai International Cricket Stadium. Jordan Cox is now really in the groove.
Hulla indeed. Mention it, Wilco. We haven't seen the best of Jordan Cox in this tournament. He's played every game. 23 games in the tournament. Jimmy Neesham liked that one a little bit as well. He has got them all around the ground, I can tell you, and he's got real power too, so maybe this season.
Gone even wider, and he finds the man. Heather Razak at backward point, and Omarzai's got his revenge, and that is a welcome sight for Moeen Ali.
Put the mockers on. He went wide, and then Omarzai did a great job. Followed him, went short. Pace off. There was no pace when Cox got the edge, the top edge. There was no pace for it to fly over the tall figure of Razak at short third. Cox goes for a well-made 31 from 17. It's 134 for 5.
A bowler always feels great. Not when he sees Rodman Powell coming in, but he always feels great once you've been planted in the stands for 6 and the very next ball you get revenge. Rodman Powell. And he can hit the high spots, I can tell you that. I don't need to tell you, because that's what he's been doing in this tournament. But this is the ball. He's gone a bit wider, taken pace off it, and Jordan Cox has to wait for it. He's never in control of the shot. And he finds the big figure of Heather Razak.
He's almost got too close to it, Walker. Had he been further away from it, would have been able to free the arms a bit more and maybe get more power into it.
Oh, how about this? Marzai hits the woodwork. Might even be plastic these days, but we'll say woodwork. But Rodman Powell's on the walk back, and he's only been there 25 seconds.
Back-to-back games, and Marzai's been impressive with the ball. This one is tailed back in. Clipped the front pad, so probably would have been out LBW anyway, and then gone on to hit off. Terrific delivery, pace on, 137 kilometres per hour, so decent enough. Skidded through. Short stay for Rodman tonight. He's gone, and it's 134 for 6.
Darshan Shanaka is the new man. Tushara looking for the Yorker, and he can deliver them with this slingy action. Darshan Shanaka has got a pretty impressive CV for T20 cricket. He's got 3 T20 centuries, and he's coming in at 8 in this Dubai Capitals batting order. Strike rate of 142, 300s on the T20 resume.
Yeah, he's a quality striker, particularly at this time of the innings. In this tournament, his numbers at the back end of the innings are very good.
Oof. Well, we got Nuan Tushara, Sri Lanka against Darshan Shanaka, Sri Lanka. A little bit of a personal duel going on here.
Brilliant delivery, nipped back at pace, just did for Rodman Powell, all ends up. Lovely delivery at, as I say, 137 Ks. You were just talking about Shanaka, Alan. 150 runs. This is over 16 to 20 in this tournament last year. Average 25, strike rate 227.
Bowled, really well bowled. Well, Tushara will know exactly in his head where he wants to bowl to. Darshan Shanaka doesn't want to give him anything to work, so he can work out a strike rate of 220 plus. Tushara is Shanaka is dangerous. The likes of Gulbuddin Naib and Tom Bantam, Sam Curran, Kieran Pollard, big hitters. Right at the top there, Darshan Shanaka. Tom Bantam, what a good season he had last year. Looking for that Yorker. He fires the full toss in. Now Sam Curran, skipper of the Vipers. How about that? A contender for Cycle Hub catch of the season, and he just takes it so nonchalantly. And how about that then, Gulbuddin? Wonderful from Sam Curran. Vipers play 2, 1-2, going well. It's a toe ender.
They've just fallen away massively. Look at those through the middle. 2, 3, 2, 8, 3, 9. That was brilliant, simply brilliant from the Giants bowling group. Pegged things back nicely. Even with a big over the last over, they still shouldn't be chasing anything more than 155. And it should have been 175, 180.
Oh, he's absolutely creamed this. Darshan Shanaka showing what he can do. Tushara delivers a half volley and it's put away. 141 for 6.
Lovely timing. Wonderful bit of timing. There's the gap.
Right, 141 for 6. Jimmy Neesham, 15 from 12. Darshan Shanaka has come in late into the piece. And it's going to be Amatullah Omarzai, this very impressive Afghanistan quick bowler. Well, he's a terrific all-rounder. And like most of the Afghanistan all-rounders, they give it absolutely everything. Bulging chest, but bulging heart, and it's all heart. Omarzai 3 for 27 in 3.
Well, he hasn't put a foot wrong with bat and ball in game number 1, and now with ball first up, game number 2. It's superb. That comeback, just mentioning, 5 overs. Overs 10 to 14, just 18 runs. And they were only at the time 2 and 3 down.
Who's picked him up. It's a bad ball from Omarzai, and Shanaka very quickly onto it. Thought that trying to bowl full to Shanaka is a better option, dropping it short.
He pretty much hit everything last season at the back end, whether it was full, short. From this end, though, Wilco, I would get 4 fielders leg side on the boundary. I'll be bowling leg stump Yorkers.
Picked it up. How well has he picked it up? Oh, pretty well. Gurbaz underneath it. Yeah, Gurbaz diving full length. Couldn't quite get there.
It's better. You're making them hit into the big side of the ground, but I'd want another one out there. Taking that man from deep point, putting him out on the leg side as well, and just ramming Yorkers in at leg stump or off pace into the wicket over leg stump. There. All you're asking the batter to do is try and drag it to that big 70-odd metre boundary. Out at deep mid-wicket and long on.
Did pretty well there, Ramanullah Gurbaz. He actually dived and got to the ball. That goes down in his book as a drop chance. Short. I'm not sure he's got all of this. Yes, he has. Has it landed on those cushions or just outside of it? Is it a 6? Umpires want to have a look at it.
Now, option okay, line completely wrong. He's given Shanaka enough room outside the line of off stump. Yeah, I thought this landed just a few inches over. Terrific shot. Now, just a few inches on top of that advertising triangle cushioning. I like to call it the Toblerone, but I think that's giving away free sponsorship.
Gone up and over, a carve from Shanaka. A little flourish from the skipper at the end with consecutive 6s. 19 from that last over from Omarzai. And the Capitals, with a bit of a flourish, finish 160 for 6 in their 20 overs.
Well, we've been praising him on Marzai, but he's lost the plot the last couple of deliveries. He's a bowler that rammed in some wonderful Yorkers the other night, but he's just bowled 2 short balls wide of off and allowed Shanaka to free his arms when you've got the big boundary and more boundary right his leg side. He's got that completely wrong late in the piece. And is that 160, is that little flourish at the end going to be enough for the Capitals bowlers to make some use of, to maybe put a bit of pressure on the Giants lineup? Done a terrific job for the most part, the Giants bowling unit. In particular, the spin of Moeen Ali and Liam Dawson. Tidy overs for Mark Adair. One brilliant over from Ayan Afzal Khan. Just let it go in that last over a little bit. 160 for 6.
The last over went for 19. It was the most expensive over of the innings. Marzai bowling the wrong line and length. He dropped it short and he paid the price. And yet again, in another match for the Capitals, not one of them getting to 40. No Capitals batter has scored a 40 in the 2 games they've played this season. 35 from Sidikula, 29 David Willey, 31 Jordan Cox. All of them looking dangerous. And then Shanaka came in and with 9 deliveries, finishing 23 not out. You see the partnership, 61 Willey and Sidikula, 41 Cox and Neesham, and then at the end, Shanaka and Neesham. Shanaka getting those 23 runs. Yeah, 3 for 46. Look how expensive in the end Marzai was. He picked up 3 for 27, and the last over cost him 19. Moeen Ali 1 for 23. 1 for 31 Dawson, and Ayan Khan 1 for 3 in his 1 over. Tushara Adair bowled pretty well as well. Right, let's go downstairs to Laura McGoldrick. We'll go to Laura in a moment after Shane Bond, the bowling coach for the Gulf Giants, hands over the white belt to Amatullah Marzai, and he bowled pretty well. The white belt goes to the bowler who leads the bowling stocks. Now to Laura McGoldrick.
Thank you very much, Shane Bond, the bowling coach for the Gulf Giants. How do you feel after that?
Yeah, I thought it was a really good performance today, a really good team effort. The boys felt like the wicket was a little bit better than we played on the other night, so 160 is a really good team performance.
Marzai there, 3 wickets tonight, 2 the other night. Started off really well. What's he like in the nets? What's he like to work with?
Yeah, he's an absolute beauty, actually. A hugely skilled player. You can see he can swing the ball both ways. Obviously devastating with the bat. So, yeah, that's one of the beauties of this tournament. You're working with players from all these different countries, Afghanistan, you know, and obviously Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, UAE. So it's been really cool to get to know those guys. And it's not easy to bring a group of guys together who don't know each other very well and to play together, but the boys are doing a great job so far.
This isn't your first DP World ILT20. You've been here before, but have you noticed an improvement?
Yeah, I have. I think it's like any tournament that's been going for a wee while. People get to understand the conditions. There's some continuity in the team. There's some boys who have played together for a long time. I mean, our captain's Vincey's been the captain for a while, so he understands everything about the team and the way it rolls. So that helps. So yeah, it's nice to walk into an environment that's really happy and it's got a lovely staff, and yeah, it's been fun.
And things are starting off nicely. Now you got to go out there and score those runs. Do you think that's a gettable total on this surface?
Yeah, it's a little bit cooler today, so it'll be interesting to see if the dew comes in as heavy as it did the other night. But if you asked me whether 160 would take it at the start, yeah, we would. So it'd be nice to get off to a 2-0 start.
All right, well, we'll let you go in there and talk to the troops before that. Thank you and best of luck.
Thanks, Laura.
Yeah, Shane Bond could bowl at a rapid rate of knots as well. So the Gulf Giants, a bit expensive in that last over, but they need to chase 161 here in the Dubai International Cricket Stadium to beat the Dubai Capitals. 161 the target. Well, the Dubai Capitals put into bat by the Gulf Giants skipper Moeen Ali. And they got off to a pretty good start, and then they faltered in the middle and then came strong at the end. Darshan Shanaka, the skipper, with a flourish, 23 from 9, 35 from Sedikula Atal, 160 for 6. They finished 3 for 46. Omarzai, he bowled pretty well, 3 for 27 he was, and his last over went for 19. A wicket apiece for Moeen Ali, who bowled beautifully tonight. Liam Dawson bowled sensibly, and Ayan Khan, 1 over from him. Why didn't he bowl another? 1 for 3. Well, they did get off to a very good start. Dubai Capitals, they didn't look in any problem whatsoever. And that was the first wicket. It was Omarzai who strikes by getting the ball ricocheting onto the stumps. The ball was flying, and it looked as if the foundation was laid for a big total. And then Moeen Ali came on and applied the brakes.
Yeah, this was the 10th over. They were 75 for 2 when that wicket fell in the 10th over. And they scored 18 runs in 5 overs, with the spinners on going through the middle. That was Liam Dawson taking a wicket, Gurbaz with the catch, and then Ayan Afzal Khan came on. He picked up 1 wicket in his 1 and only over. David Willey was the 3rd man out. Brought Jimmy Neesham in. He and Jordan Cox put together a little partnership, just tried to get things going towards the back end, before Cox was undone by a wider, slower ball from Omarzai, and then Powell went very shortly afterwards to a brilliant delivery. Left Darshan Shanaka and Jimmy Neesham at the crease. They put together a reasonable partnership of 24 for the last wicket. The last 2 sixes, I think Omarzai will be very disappointed with the line and the length. It allowed the Capitals through to 160 for 6.
The Gulf Giants, they know what they've got to do to win this match. They've got to score 161. They feel the target is well within their range. 161 is the target for the Gulf Giants. We'll see their reply very shortly after this break.
ILT20.
Welcome back. We're at the halfway mark of match number 5, Capitals and the Giants, and this is going to be interesting because there's so much to play for on this one. If the Giants get up and win, they'll go to the top of the table because the net run rate is so good. If the Capitals get up and win, they'll be delighted because they lost their first game and they need to surge a little bit. It is early doors, of course. Only match number 5. ILT20 goes on for a while. But they're going to have their work cut out. They're up against a couple of guys who like playing their shots right at the top. Nasanka, we just saw him taking guard. Gabaz is the other one. There he is. He likes playing shots galore. I'd like to see him settle down, actually, a little bit more than he does. And he's so talented, he can always play catch-up. This is going to be a lovely little clash, this one. Top order, James Vince, we understand, is going to be coming in at number 3. So it'd be great to see him back in the lineup against the left arm of David Willey. Powell missed out with the bat. That doesn't happen very often, so he'll want to make a bit of an impact with the ball once he gets an opportunity. But Nasanka was the player of the match in the last game. He was absolutely superb with his 81 off 42 on his ILT20 debut. He got a magnificent century for Sri Lanka against India here in the Asia Cup. There's Gabaz, strike rate high, 146, 240 innings. Getting close towards 6,000 runs, a couple of hundreds, best of 121. Very experienced David Willey, 359 matches in his T20 career, 362 wickets. Economy rate's terrific, 7.9, best of 4 for 7, and if a left armour is talented and can swing the ball at the top with a bit of zip about him, they are priceless. Chanaka played nicely with the bat. Ended up with 23 not out off 9 deliveries from number 8, which is a little bit too late for him in my book. He's a very good striker of the ball, and he proved that again today. But 19 runs off that last over got them to 160, which is just a pass score, really. There's the leaderboard as we stand halfway mark of match number 5. The Vipers are on top with play 2-1-2 with 4 points. Golf Giants, look at that net run rate, 3.03. For the Giants, and as I said, if they get 2 points again, they'll go to number 1 on the table. The Night Riders picked up 2 points. Missed out yesterday in Sharjah. The Dubai Capitals haven't got any points at this stage, and the net run rate is not looking great. So they need to get 2 points today, so they can stay nice and pumped up at this magnificent stadium, the Dubai International Stadium. It really is quite spectacular. Willie, Nasanka's away. He doesn't waste much time. Andy Flowers alongside him. G'day, Andy.
G'day, Hazy. Really looking forward to this opening partnership, and indeed seeing James Vince back. He has been a ever-present captain, leader, batsman for Golf Giants. He's just coming off that hip injury, and I would imagine he'll be slipping in at 3 as the super sub. Buzz on strike after that single. Very exciting Afghan opener, who could be described as impetuous. That's the skipper, James Vince. Here we go, Willie to Gabaz.
Now, it's in line, but a little bit of height, I think, perhaps. Of questions asked by Willie. Chanaka's not interested. Height is their call.
A little bit of... Oh. He did take it at the last second, I think.
He did indeed.
Sag is signalling.
Player review. We have a player review for LBW. The original decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen. There appears to be a gap between bat and ball. Can I have Ultra Edge to confirm? Here comes Ultra Edge. Gap between bat and ball, flat line on Ultra Edge. There's no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please?
Leslie Reefer is the TV umpire from Barbados.
Ball tracking coming up. Pitching outside leg, review lost. Ready to go back on the field to Martin. Martin, you stay with your not out decision. Make your signal.
Right, there you go. Don't have to go any further. Pitching outside leg. Got himself in a little bit of a tangle there. Disappointment from Willie. Oh, he's charged that one and he's belted it. How far's that gone? Wow, that's gone a long way, both height and distance. Great crack off the bat.
Well, that's impetuous. Wow. That is the long boundary. 72 meters, that boundary. He's got right underneath that. And Willie tracked it all the way. It didn't only go high, it went far. Been a field change. Third man's gone to backward point.
Oh, it's a good follow-up from Willie. A shake of the head from Gabaz. What a shot that was. That was extraordinary. That's bound to be in the running for the DP World Dispatch of the day. Amazing shot from Gabaz. It'll be a contender, that's for sure, for that Dispatch of the day. In sport and logistics, you need precision and adaptability. This shot was outstanding for its precision and its adaptability. A little bit of swing from Willie. Just push down the ground. Cox tidies up.
Well, that's what I'd like to see from Ramanullah Gurbaz. He's got the capacity to play amazing shots. And we saw that with a 6. I want to see the composure. That means he can make good decisions and build an innings from here. He's got the start. Can he build on it?
Took that away on the offside. It's a very good start. 10 runs off that first over. Giants, Sanku Gabaz, Erasmus, Moenali, he was brilliant the other night. Moenali played superbly. Amazai played beautifully with the bat also. John Moores gets a run. Let's see what changes they do make. Further 151 required of 114 balls from here. 160, as I said, is pretty much a average score batting first, as James Vince. Looking pretty relaxed. See a helmet nearby, or a bat or gloves. Is up. Over the top. Oh, what a catch! What a great catch! Jordan Cox. He is outstanding, the field. He's got a little bit of grin on his face as well. Why wouldn't he have? What a pluck that was. Quite magnificent.
Without doubt, one of the best catches in the world, Jordan Cox. He took a tumbling catch in the first match, and here he's got hang time. What a pluck that is. He timed that jump perfectly, and with his right hand it stuck perfectly. And Gurbaz smiles wryly, but he's gone just for 9. Golf Giants 10 for 1.
We've got the super sub introduced. Tasara's out, and James Vince is in. Fit again, so that's good news for the Giants, batting at number 3 today. Very, very talented James. Look at those runs. James Vince, 12,500 runs plus. Slight hesitation. Would have been okay had there been connection with the stumps. So Vince is away with a single.
Well, another sharp piece of fielding from Cox for the run out, but this is the catch. Gurubaz looking to lift it over mid-on. So casually done by Cox. But to get that timing right, as he had to move sideways, going across the line of the ball, and stick one hand up, that takes some athleticism. Good eye, Cox. Talented batsman, talented fielder.
That's definitely going to be a contender for the Cycle Hub best catch of the season. Hard into the ground. Crowd got excited, thought that was out, not to be. In a stylish and cool superbike, or a stylish and cool bike, whichever the Cycle Hub to the best catch of the season is going to be announced at the end of the tournament. Mr. Fizzer straight into the game as well. He's always a performer. He's got the ball in his hand. Great shot. Wonderful shot. Perfectly controlled by Nasanka. Lovely on drive.
Well, we saw some of his pulling and cutting and deflecting in his first knock when he scored 80 or 40 balls. That is a perfect on drive. Sachin would be happy with that. He's a test player, isn't he? Patu Nasanka. Very effective one.
Always unhurried. There's a sign of a good player, got a little bit more time than most. Straight to Powell, no run there. So wicket off the first ball of the over, 4 off the ball before the last, so 5 from the over up until now. Giants might be searching for a more consistent opening pair than the last 11 innings. They've tried 5 different opening pairs. I wonder if the guy batting 3 right now might be elevated to join with Nasanka. That'd be a pretty potent opening stand. Nasanka and Vince. The buzz missing out again today. That's picked up superbly. Geez, the little fella being hit it a long, long way. Great way to finish the over. 11 from it, 21 for 1.
Wow. We saw a perfect on drive just a couple of balls ago. And there, he's just flicked his wrist at that. Perfect timing.
Just looking at Nasanka's year, actually, in 2025. His strike rate is 160 in 23 innings, averaging 38. Terrific stuff. Right, Willie again. To Vince now.
This is the 6. He just gets underneath it with a flick of his wrist. What balance. Head was beautifully over the ball. Leaning over that front leg. Look at that. Best year in terms of strike rate. 159.4.
2024 wasn't bad either. Nice tight line from Willie. Doesn't want to give Vince anything that he can free those hands at. Terrific stuff from Nasanka in T20s. That 100 I mentioned earlier in the Asia Cup against India. He's got 6 50s as well. 834 runs. average of 38 in 2025, average in the mid-30s in 2024, 750s and 100 in that year as well. Top runs. Tried to turn it square, couldn't do so.
Our analyst is showing us Nissanka's average in T20s in Dubai is 48 at a strike rate of 147. He likes being in Dubai, no doubt about that. First match, 81 of 42 balls.
Look at what he did in the first game they played here. When they got up, he was the player of the match. He played superbly with that 81 off 42. Played some magnificent shots, he really did. He's very strong on the leg side, didn't mind getting down to the seamers as well, go over the top. Really good connection. Tempo was outstanding. Meanwhile, David Willey has got 4 dot balls so far in this over. Bence decides that he wants to join the party as well. He's gone over the top, a couple of bounces and picked up a 4.
Well, it's really interesting to watch Vince operate here. To come in off an injury, he missed the first game. Gets this 4 away, but he looks quite restricted in the way that he's moving. And in fact, the ball before that, when he was hit on the pad or thigh pad, was an easy single to be had and he turned it down. I'm not sure how well he's going to be running between the wickets.
Single off the last ball. 5 off the over, 26 for 1. Halfway through the 1x bat power play now for the Giants. It's a very crucial time, of course, for both teams, so you can gain an early advantage here. Power play in total for the Capitals when that was done, the 1x bat power play, was 44 for 1. So it's a better power play than they had in the first game they played. They lost 3 wickets on the power play in that first game. Hayden out into the attack. Oh, and Ali's, yeah, he's just doing a little check here with Jonathan Trott, actually. And I think is saying Moeen Ali's to go next. Yep, looks like that's the deal. He can only use 1 bat, though, apparently. He played so sweetly the other night. Like he was using 2 bats.
Well, I wonder if he was just going in, if they lost an early wicket in this over and he could attack the left-arm spinner. And whether they change that if a different type of bowler comes on.
Just a tad leg side. Now we got a question for our Z viewers. Jawa Dikal Imampao contest question. Which bowler had the best economy in the DP World ILT20 Season 3? A. Sagar Khan, B. Tim Southey, C. Ali Khan, or D. Sunil Narine? Answers and the winners tomorrow. T's and C's apply. It's kept a little bit low, skilled on a fraction.
Hazy, Vince is moving terribly. hobbling between the wickets when he has to run. And he's not moving properly when he plays his shots. I don't know how wise it is that he's playing this game.
Might hamper things if he's not able to scoot between the stumps and ones and the twos and buzz out there like it normally does and hit those boundaries freely. Top over so far, just a couple from it. A swipe on the leg side to dot ball. What a top over that is. Fourth over's gone for only 2. 28 for 1.
Jimmy Neesham, New Zealander. It's picked up by Nissanka. Not well enough because Hemant Badani has made a great catch. Unfortunately, he's the coach.
I just wonder whether he was walking around the boundary, minding his own business, or whether he was actually in the dugout and took off to catch it. Made it look very simple. Great shot though. Just into the surface and he's flicked it. Nice work.
Very fine all-rounder in his day, Hemang. Oh, that's better. He has really caught hold of this. Nissanka is putting on a show, and we're privileged to watch it.
Sound a little bit too late. Again, that's just into the surface. It's too easy for Pathum Nissanka. I was a little perplexed at the decision to bring Neesham in. When they saw the ball turning, when they saw what Moeen Ali did, Ayan Afzal Khan, Liam Dawson. Why Mohammad Nabi? Was it Neesham got, what, 16 off 13 balls?
Oh, another! He is timing it so well. There's such a noise, the ping of the middle of the bat that we're hearing from Nissanka.
Yeah, it's gone for 4, that one, but again, it's into the surface. He's just able to pick it up. Talk pre-show about him being able to pick up length so well. It's a prime example of it. Neesham going just into the surface a little bit, short in stature. Picks up that length so quickly on that pull shot.
Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. He's got no answers. Jimmy Neesham can just shrug his shoulders and grin because Pathum Nissanka is all over him. 6-6, 4-6. 50 comes up.
And again, it's a delivery that not a lot of players will pull. Neesham thought he'd gone a little bit fuller, but Nissanka just so quickly onto it. It's brilliant.
Oh, it's good to watch. Not if you're Jimmy Neesham. Nissanka currently 3rd in the ICC T20 rankings behind Phil Salt and Abhishek Sharma. Phil Salt the #1. Now Shanaka is saying to Jimmy Neesham, we've got to change something here, because Pathum Nissanka from Galle, Sri Lanka, he's got hundreds in all formats of the game. He's got 4 Test centuries, 7 ODI hundreds, and 1 T20 I100, and he's got 2 in T20s, and he makes it look so easy.
Yeah, and as I say, he just sweats on that short ball. Absolutely brilliant. And it's back power play is on at the moment. Crucial time for both teams in this game. Who will take the advantage at the moment? Maybe the Giants.
Well, that's a decent comeback from Jimmy Neesham. I think he learned very quickly. You get hit hard enough and far enough, you've got to change it.
Yeah, and I go back to that point. I feel Mohamed Nabi could have easily done the job Neesham did with the bat. What was it, Maz? 16 off 13? So it wasn't like he set the world alight on with the bat. So I think Nabi could have easily done that job and been a way better option with the ball, especially the way it was turning.
Oh dear, the keeper Sanjangir, he needed to collect. If he had collected, I think he might have been a goner. 5 gone, it's 50 for 1.
I was well and truly out. It committed. Vince came and then sent him back. In that situation, I mean, I know it sounds tough, but James Vince should have gone there. He should have gone there. Because at least then he would have been the one run out, not Nissanka. And Vince is struggling anyway. 7 from 11, hardly running.
A lot happening in that 1 over, which yielded 22 runs. Perhaps it was a bit tough on the keeper because the throw was fast and it was really behind him. Mustafizur from Bangladesh, the left arm seamer. Jordan Cox gives chase, and the Englishman has done well. Cannot take your eye off this. There's something happening every ball.
We'll come back to that Jordan Cox bit of fielding because we'll just take a look at this run out again. So Vince, he's gone, he's going. And I think he had to go there because he's really struggling between the wickets. I know that last shot was a lot better. I'm not sure the keeper could have done a whole lot more. It looked like it could have been hitting. That would have been a terrible run out.
James Vince, well, that might just trigger something for James Vince, the English player, because he's been struggling. .106 fours. That's the number, the big ticket 4 of this season 4 here. Play big, dream bigger, and that's what James Vince has to do. A short arm jab from Vince.
Yeah, I think with the fact, when I talked to James Vince a couple of nights ago, he thought he was at least 2 games away. So I'm just wondering whether it's a little early, whether he's rushed back just a little early. And wants to play, I get that, but he's hindered with his running between the wickets, which then takes a little bit away from Nissanka's innings as well. I think he's just got to start hitting a little more here.
He's a very cultured player, James Vince. He's a beautifully stylish player. He's very correct on the offside. Almost playing carelessly like that. That's not quite his game. But he's got Nissanka at the other end to do that. Nissanka's playing the most wonderful hand here.
Yeah, he's just feeling it though, isn't he? 13 from 15. And not only is he probably feeling that hip injury, he's feeling the pressure of his run rate, which is 86.
Well bowled. Well, the Fizz has got all kinds of deceptions. He's got the most extraordinary wrist where it does all kinds of things. It's, you know, the CV joint in a car on the wheel. It turns in all directions. Well, that's what the Fizz's wrist does.
It's almost Murali-esque. If you think about Muralidharan, what he was able to do with his wrist, and you transfer that into a left arm seamer, it's very similar to what the Fizz is able to do with that slower ball.
Don't try it at home, folks. Don't try it. He hasn't caught hold of this. It's gone straight up. Should be gone, but it's dropped. It's David Willey. Oh dear, oh dear. And that's the 50 partnership. And after the power play, it's 60 for 1, the Giants. And it will be a timeout. Lots to talk about for the fielding side. Well, 2.5 minutes, and there was quite a conference out there with the Capitals players, because this man on screen here, Pathum Nissanka, the 27-year-old Sri Lankan, is carving their bowling. Now, Solemn Gill, the wrist spinner. Bakar Salam killed another Afghanistan player. How many have we got on show tonight? Got to be 5 or 6.
Well, David Willey here just compounding the problems. Yes, the catch goes down, but it just spins away off his chest and goes down to the boundary for 4. Just watch it, goes through the hands, hits the chest, and then spins away down to the boundary.
Nicely played, James Vince. Very deft touch, just helps it along its way, and Rodman Powell gives it an escort all the way to the boundary cushions for 4.
Clever from Vince. It's right across. Doesn't try and overhit it. Just gets enough on it. He's really battling between the wickets, so I think boundaries will be the order of the day. for James Vince.
You don't want to be there, do you, really? James Vince just now into the 20s. He's in no physical condition to make any quick single. He really can't. He is, every movement is, it just looks awkward.
Yeah, and the only way Vince is going to get a single is to sort of ease it through the circle out towards the boundary, and even then he's not really got the ability to run quick twos. It just takes away the quick single option for Nissanka as well. Be good, Waka Salamkeel. He's missed the first season of the DP World ILT20, but he's taken the second most wickets in the entire competition from a spinner's point of view. So Hasaranga is at the top of the tree. Salamkeel 25 wickets in just 22 games.
Oh, Ajo.
7 gone, 67 for 1.
Willie 2 overs, Mr. Fizur 2, 1 for 21, Haider Razak 1 over for 2, and Jimmy Neesham was carved to all parts. And Nissanka 1 over cost him 22. Now the left arm spin of Haider Ali. Haider Ali, born in Lahore, he's a UAE player now. Or for 16 his best in T20 internationals. That was in July this year against Nigeria in Entebbe. Got a double header tomorrow. The Warriors against the My Emirates from Sharjah first. Match number 6 of this year's tournament. Ooh, sprung off the bat. James Vince. Okay, because there's no mid-off, it's just a long-off. And then the evening match here in Dubai, it's the Dubai Capitals. We're going to see them again against the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders. So a double header tomorrow. Shot, good looking shot. Love the control he's got, Nissanka. It is so pleasing on the eye.
He's a lovely timer of the ball. It either gets deep in the crease, it's well forward. Out of the tournament in a great fashion.
James Vince is struggling here. He can't move around the crease. Certainly can't take any short singles, quick singles. It's because he's got this hip problem. It's hit in the hip, isn't it? Playing in the Abu Dhabi T10. Short, and he can't go anywhere with it. Look. Cannot go anywhere. And that's 8 gone, and the Giants are 71 for 1.
71 for 1, 8 overs done. Required rate from here is 7.5. They've been going quite nicely to shade under the 9 mark. Was before us been talking about James Vince and how he's certainly struggling out there. I just think he's got one option really, is trying to score as many runs and boundaries as he can, and he happens to take a risk or two and happens to get out. I guess that's just how it's going to be, because he's 25 of 26, strike rate of 96, which is not the way he normally plays. See, he's a little trouble just watching him there. Chip down the ground, safe.
A rare loose shot from Nissanka. He played so well so far for 39 of 18's delivery. I think he was looking more toward mid-wicket and then couldn't really pick the length, and then he sort of chipped it. Lucky they didn't carry. Yeah, you're right, James Vince clearly struggling, and is Nissanka was really doing the bulk of the work, or really keeping this run rate going. He needs to go for those big shots.
Cries of catch it, but it's over the top and it's struck beautifully for 4. That's a good shot. Just rocked back and pumped it for 4.
That's a quality shot. Yes, he had a little bit of time to rock back and pick the gap, but he is so good through that cover region. He actually played the shot while he was moving backward and had to really punch it over that cover fielder. That's a magnificent shot.
To Cox down the ground, just strolling through for 1. Amazai, of course, is someone who can come in, and if he plays as well as he did the other day, it'll be quite extraordinary, because he's someone who's in rare form at the moment with the bat. You're wondering about perhaps pulling in Vince and replacing him with someone who's fully fit, because you don't want to influence Nissanka also. He might feel he has to extend himself a little bit more than he normally does, and that's plenty too, by the way. His strike rate's 216 at the moment, but he's got to stay in his own little bubble, play normally. Now that would normally be 2. Yep, they're going to come back for 2. Hobble back for the second. 9 done. 80 for 1. I want you to focus on that red worm, the pink worm at the moment, because that's coming up the stage now where they went flat. The spinners came in and they kept things very tight from 5 overs after 10, so it went pretty flat at that stage. Meanwhile, the Giants worm now is just meeting them, and it's come down a bit as well due to the run rate slowing down also. It's a really crucial time right now.
The big difference what I've seen from the first inning to now around this time is the ball not really spinning much. We saw Moeen and Dawson both spun the ball, not seen much spin this evening. Maybe it's just a little bit of dew there, ball coming straight off the surface and it's easy to bat. It doesn't look very wet or damp, but I feel that, you know, there is a little bit on top of the grass which makes the ball a little greasy, not wet but greasy.
Yeah, and it can't, because of that it can't grip. I've seen 1 or 2 of the players just drying the ball a little bit as it comes to them. There's obviously a little bit around, but these days the guys are pretty good working with a ball that's not absolutely saturated. Got that away. It should be able to come back for the second. Limp back for the second. Powell.
isn't it a big risk? Vince sort of running around there. There you can see a small whitish pebbles, which you can see that there is water on top of the ground. Although they have sprayed the ground, which keeps the water going down on the turf rather than staying on the grass. Oh, almost. That was a little risky, but inside edge might go for 4. Yes, it's gone for 4. Lucky Nissanka.
Yeah, bottom edge. No chance of a catch being taken, so a little bit of good fortune for him for it to go all the way for that boundary. Yeah, bottom edge, right between the legs. Should have kept his legs together.
He was a little late, wasn't he? Just a little late in closing those legs.
That spray you're talking about, they put on the grass, is something that's used on golf courses. It's a bit of a wax coating on the blades of grass. It's nicely played, well picked, 4 runs, and also brings up his 50. Outstanding. 23 balls only, strike rate of 222. Nissanka again is playing brilliantly.
Wow, that is some innings. And he started from the word go. He did not wait for the ball to get old, or he didn't take any time. He was very severe on the pacers, especially Willie, and then of course spinners is dealing them in boundaries, and is moving the game very, very briskly. 9.25 the scoring rate right now.
Debut season, back-to-back 50s for him. 12 runs off that over, 92 for 1. Summary, Capitals 160 they got, which is pretty much a par score, batting first. City Quala played pretty nicely for his 35 off 25. Cox got in the 30s. No one getting past 40 again for the second game in the row for the Capitals, which is a bit of a problem. Amazai was really good until he went for 19 in his last over. So it got him to the 160 mark, and the Giants now 92 for 1. Salim Keel again. And that's heaved away for a boundary first ball. Puts a bit of pressure on things.
That's wrong line, wrong length. Maybe length is okay, but when you bowl that line to a man who's looking to score every ball, you are going to go for runs. They're really desperate for wicket right now, these Capitals.
Nicely bowled from Salim Keel. Now that's where you want to watch from. That's the DP World Smart View box. They're the best seats in the house, giving the smartest view of the action on the field. Looking pretty comfortable up there. Great spot to be. Top shot, that's extraordinary. That's gone for 6. That's got to be a contender, that's for sure. DP World Dispatch contender. Sport and logistics need precision and adaptability, and that shot was exactly that. Magnificent work.
Look how quickly he got into position. He was literally facing him and then decided to go, I'm just going to flick it for 6, and that went a long way. More problems for Shanaka. Yeah, you can only smile because that was some shot. And a man in form is just not sparing anyone.
Magnificent stuff from Nissanka.
No run.
So 10 runs off half the over. Certainly the required rate from here is just 6.3. Nissanka's controlling things beautifully. Staring down the barrel now, the Capitals. Set that sweetly too. Superbly timed, and it's 4 more. A little bit slow around that boundary line. Another boundary for Nissanka. 5 sixes and 6 fours now.
It is a pretty decent sized ground, and the fielder there at point wasn't too far away from the ball, but it was hit so hard and it was timed so well that had no chance of cutting that. He did give it a go, good dive in, but the ball was gone. Very expensive over, 14 already, 1 ball still to go.
Chips that away on the onside and retains the strike. That's another big over. 15 runs from that one, 11 bowled, 107 for 1. Manageable now, 6-0 from here. 9 wickets in hand. Vince 31 off 30. Let's hope he's not aggravating that injury. That's my only concern watching him at the moment. He's involved in this partnership, which is big. There's the belts, I should say, and Nissanka on top. Amazai is the best bowler at the moment. And Nissanka the best batsman, and Omazai the best bowler, based on 4 aspects. Now, set that high. Should be out. Is out. Jordan Cox not going to drop that. The end of an innings, end of a sparkling innings again, but he'll be very disappointed, I think, that he hadn't steered him all the way home.
Fizz was brought in early for a reason. The reason was Shanaka was looking for a wicket from him, a slow delivery, a cutter, a famous Fizz delivery. Just a little bit outside the off stump, and Nissanka was looking to drag it on the onside. Didn't hit the middle of the bat, but what an inning. That was some innings. Gone for 67 of 31 is 107 for 2.
Owen Ali now led superbly in their first outing. Also the captain, of course, on that occasion. He's now joined James Vince in the middle, just a shade over the 6 per over required from here. So it's in control for the Giants. They win this game because their net run rate is so good. One with 32 balls to spare in the first game they played against My Emirates. Yes, I remembered eventually. The net run rate's so good, if they win this one, they'll end up at the top of the table, top of the tree.
Yeah, that delivery, that cutter, very late. He just sort of bring the wrist into play, bring the fingers into play, and gives a good rev on the ball. The ball spinning off the surface, and the catch was comfortable, easy. Jonathan Trott waiting for his man. Just tap him on the shoulder. Well done, well played. quite an easy equation for Moeen Ali and James Vince. I think the reason why James Vince still out there is that till the time Nissanka was there, he was just looking to hit those big shots, and Vince was just taking his time. I think the idea is to just you play the anchor role. You don't have to run hard. I mean, he has run a couple of quick singles, but he doesn't need to do that. Things are in control. So let Moeen do the bulk of the work. Oh, did it carry? Oh, did it carry? I think he just dropped in front of the wicket keeper. This would have actually brought the Capitals back in the game.
It was quite a healthy nick. It just dropped short enough. Slow delivery from Mr. Fizzer. His 360-degree wrist. Good job. 2 for 22 he's got. 2 balls left in this over. Short ball. Vince gets on the pull. Just settles for the 1. So pushing that hip and scampering back, which is probably exactly right at the moment.
The only big issue Moeen can face is Vince being out there. Is that if he gets himself more injured, and that's going to be a problem, because he is a key man going forward. It's just the start of the tournament. Do you want to carry on with him? Do you want to take that risk? Well, at the moment they are taking it. I guess the injury is not that big.
A dot ball to finish. That's a really top over. A wicket and just 2 from it. 12 done, 109 for 2.
Desert Vipers play 2-1-2. They're leading the DP World ILT20 leaderboard. The Gulf Giants are looking to make it 2 out of 2 here tonight. 109 for 2, 52 required. Here's Shanaka. The skipper's brought himself back on. Shanaka, who gave the innings a bit of respectability with a flourish at the end. 23 off 9 he scored. Well, here's the DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam, using the latest cutting-edge camera work to give us wonderfully unique vantage points on today's action. Just like in cricket, DP World uses technology to keep trade flowing all over the globe, and we are certainly the recipients of the technology for those shots from the DP World Smart Truck Buggy Cam. Well, it was good to watch, Andy Flower, wasn't it? Well, Nissanka was there. It was just sit back and enjoy the entertainment.
2 innings Patum Nissanka has played in the ILT20. 81 of 42 in his first game. And then today, 67 of 31 balls. Sensational piece of batting, all class. Very, very impressive.
Just sit back and watch and admire the quality of the ball striking from Nissanka.
Not only striking, beautiful on drive. Sachin would have been happy with. And these pull shots, almost ponting like. And he threw in a little reverse sweep 6 just for a little icing on the cake.
Oh, that's gone. The little edge to the keeper. Moeen Ali's on his way. Shanaka, the skipper. Yeah, the umpires just having a little nod. It carried, and Shanaka, the captain's weighed in, and he's got his opposite number.
Well, it's great that the captain came on at this juncture. They needed a wicket desperately, and he took it upon himself to take it. There he is, offering wits. And a nick nicely taken by Shane Jahangir with the gloves on. Moeen Ali, who's in very good form at the moment, misses out today. Just 2. 112 for 3.
The new man, Azmatullah Omarzai, the best of 62 not out in his T20 career. Strike rate is healthy at 134. He's already performed with the ball, although he was expensive with his final over that went for 19. 3 overs, 3 for 27. 4 overs, 3 for 46 he finished with. Shanaka's just bowling, trying to bowl straight here, not trying to do too much with the ball.
Straight to Omarzai, a little bit of width to Mo Ali. No feet from Mo Ali whatsoever. He just wafted gently at the ball, didn't really try to smack it, didn't commit himself to the shot. It was just a little push. Anyway, he paid the price. Shanaka's happy. Last ball of the over.
Nicely played. Down the ground for 1. 13 gone, 113 for 3. Gulf Giants, in the last 12 balls that have been bowled to them, have lost 2 wickets. They've only scored 6 runs and no boundaries. The Capitals have put a break on the momentum, certainly getting rid of Atum Nissanka. He was just taking the game away from them. He's gone, and so too is Moeen Ali. James Vince is way short of his best in terms of fitness, so he's battling. Azmatullah Omarzai is has just come in. So 48 required from 42, and it's the left arm spin of Haider Ali, UAE cricketer. Nice action. Bowls a high arm action, left arm spin.
Yeah, nice solid action. Certainly accurate, isn't he? 3 overs, 3.1 overs now. And for 18, he's been tight. He'd like a little wicket in this last over of his. Tell you what we did see. Omarzai, the new batsman, he really took his countryman Rashid Khan apart. They last played here a couple of nights ago, didn't they? Absolutely spanked him everywhere. Yeah, he was sensational.
Fashion Shanaka's just deployed himself here. He's on the square. He's just in this short extra position. Jimmy Neesham is lurking as well, but Chanak just came into a short extra position. He's out of there now because he's bowling to James Vince, but for Omarzai, he came into that catching on the drive position.
Jimmy Neesham still looks a little shell-shocked from that over he bowled at Nissanka.
Well, those kind of shellackings tend to stay with you until the game's finished. As a bowler, I know, because you know it doesn't go away, Andy.
It's a bit like a drop catch, I reckon. Drop a catch, it just plays on your mind forever, doesn't it?
It certainly does when they go on to score a big one. No pace, there's just no pace for Omarzai to work with. Haider Ali just giving it a little air. Last ball now for Haider Ali to complete his spell. Uppish. Keeper is shouting, the keeper is shouting, only one to concentrate the efforts of the fielder. 116 for 3, 6 to go. Okay, there's the family, 4 children, and it's the dad who's on the phone.
Poor role modelling.
Come on, Dad, share it out. Oh. 45 required from 36. How well has he hit it? Pretty well, straight. Shanaka. That is the first boundary in 20 deliveries.
Quite a boundary it was. Shanaka over pitching. He said he was bowling straight. Way over pitched, wasn't it? Certainly not half volley. Clean hit. Omarzai's picking up where he left off in the last match.
Makes a little bit of room for himself, and he'll collect 4 this time, using the little extra pace from Shanaka.
Happy looking Trot in the dugout area. Trot knows Omarzai really well from his international coaching position with Afghanistan. That's why he's recruited him.
The grimace from the Dubai capital skipper. Around the wicket this time from Shanaka, trying to change things up.
Well, Gulf Giants cruising now. It's a good position for James Vince to be in. He's been struggling, hobbling between the wickets, grimacing when he's playing his shots. But he's still there. He's out there at a runner ball. With no run rate pressure, he can continue just cruising. He doesn't have to push himself too hard.
Change of pace is just a slower delivery. Down to 102, that was the previous ball was 121, that was 101.
I think with his medium pace you can call it an even slower ball. Jonathan Trott with Andrew Patik, his batting coach. Good bouncer from Shanaka. Andrew Patik, ex-Western Province batsman, left-hander. And that's where he'll know Jonathan Trott from. Jonathan Trott hailing from the Cape. Patik, yes, he played for South Africa as well, I think. Played 150 over, one-day international.
Marzai goes down the ground and he finds the fielder. Shanaka strikes. David Willey is the catcher. Marzai was looking dangerous, but he's gone cheaply. He needed to stay there with James Vince.
He did need to stay there with James Vince. Strange choice of shot. I know he hit one there earlier for 6. That was the leg cutter, slower ball from Shanaka. And he's holed out. David Willey, excellent catcher, would not drop that chance. Omazai gone for a little cameo of 14. Golf Giants, 128 for 4.
33 runs required from 30, and the umpires will tell us we'll have a timeout. Timeout. Coming to the end, 2.5 minutes. James Vince holding things together here for the Giants, who now need 33 from 30. It's been painstaking, and it's been possibly quite a painful innings for James Vince, because he is struggling. Mustafizur quite happy to let Tom Moores, the new batter, have the strike. Looks like he's got a brand new bat as well. Healthy strike rate, 136, heading towards 3,000 runs in his T20 career. 80 not at his best, and son of Peter Moores, former England coach.
Yes, Tom Moores, an exciting young batsman from Nottinghamshire. I had him recently in the 100 in England. He was batting in the middle order for us. He's quite an impressive player. He's made a leap in his game just recently. He seems to have worked something out, and his game is clicking.
The Fizz, he really has got a Pandora's box of tricks, hasn't he? And that wrist of his, it's a well talked about wrist. It does all kinds of things. This is Omarzai. You just wonder, Andy. Omarzai he's got the game. He was dominating, and then he plays this.
Yeah, a little nice not out was waiting for him, wasn't it?
Mustafizur just for a moment thinks that's pretty good. What do you reckon? He's asking the keeper. Now he's asking the Fizz.
Well, they have to go for it, don't they? They have to. Looked like it might be missing leg stump, but they absolutely have to chance it. They need wickets. It's the only way they can put pressure on.
It's a fair delivery. I'm looking at the split screen. Forward. Forward. The ball is quite close to the bat. Can I have ultra edge to confirm? Here comes ultra edge. There's a flat line and a gap between bat and ball. There's no bat involved. Can you move on to ball tracking, please? Ball tracking coming up, pitching outside off, impact in line, wickets missing, review loss, back on field to Akbar. Akbar, you stay with your not out decision, signal.
Yeah, the angle that Mustafizur was bowling it from as well, he came quite wide, and to the left-hander, it's always pushing it down that leg side.
It was a nice piece of bowling though, wasn't it? Slower ball first ball, which did Moores, and then that was distinctly quicker, rushed him. Moores crabbed across his crease a little. Vince on strike now.
James Vince is on strike. What's happening here? Somebody running off or just changing his fielding position? James Vince on strike. 31 needed. And Vince will have to settle for the one. He's not running twos. He can barely run one.
Yeah, he was just pretending he was looking for a two there, wasn't he? There was no chance.
Bold. Bringing the stumps into play. The Fizz looking for the stumps.
Well, it's a nice opportunity for young Tom Moores to get into this competition. No run rate pressure at all. I know Gulf Giants would want to win this quite quickly. And it's just a little opportunity for him to impress his new paymasters and also just get into the competition. It'd be nice to have a little not out in a couple of overs' time.
Nicely onto it, the short ball, and they'll settle for one. But Tom Moores is off the mark after 4 deliveries. 4 overs to go. The Giants need 29. It's 132 for 4.
The required rate pretty simple, you would think. It was just 1 from 4. Salam Keel is back. And Moores goes straight down the ground for 4. Just heard Andy Flower talking about him. I saw him a little bit through the summer in England. Really talented player. Nice for him to get into the tournament.
Very quick hands. Wasn't very short, but because he's got really quick hands and he's actually targeted straight over Wakas's head. It's a beautiful shot.
That is hammered leg side, deep into the grandstand.
No, that's not a good delivery, Solanki. This was way too short, stood up nicely, and Moores was very quick once again to put it away for 6. Beautiful shot once again, using that short boundary. Even this would have been on the other side, it would have been a 6. 89 sixes so far we have seen, and it's early days. You're going to see plenty more. 19 required now of 22 deliveries.
That's this one away, and that'll be a big chase for backward point. It's around Jimmy Neesham. Doubleheader day tomorrow, the first of season 4. TKC, Dinesh Karthik, Southie's men up against My Emirates. Pollard, Mohamed Wasim, EP, plenty of big names on show. That's gone high. That will take some catching. And does. Holds on to it comfortably. Is that the fizz down there, I think? Mustafizur. Moores goes, and Salam Keel has got one eventually.
I don't think Moores will be happy with that shot. It was there. He could have actually put it away for 6 or 4 even. But eyes lit up, and instead of hitting it into the boundary, he just hit it up actually. And comfortable catch, Mustafizur. Not sure if that wicket's going to make much difference right now. But Shanaka will feel that, okay, if you can pick up another one here, things can change. Moore's gone for 13, is 1-4-4 for 5.
Chips this one, Gerard Erasmus. Will only be the single. Run rate pressure not there by any stretch. 16 off 19. Yeah, he's just looked to go up, hasn't he? I know he's a 6 hitter, but you roll your wrists on that, finds the gap, picks up 4. Job done, but not to be. Most expensive spell in the DP World ILT20 for Okha Salam Keel. It's just eases that for 1 into 17, 146 for 5. It's 5 and over. quirks, I guess, of James Vince's innings today. It hasn't been his fluid best at all. He's struggling with the running between the wickets, but the thing is, when you look at that 5 wickets down, Waka, he's still there, 39 of 39. In the context of a game of T20 cricket, you might think, well, it's strike rate not really good enough, but in a second innings, in a chase, it's just about getting across the line and getting the 2 points.
I think because they were not chasing big total, they needed someone to play that anchor role in that middle order. That's why he came at number 3. He didn't open today. Coming at number 3, the clear message was to just hang around, don't have to really rush. Let Nissanka and Party do the hitting and quick scoring, and that's what he did. A very smart cricketer, being a captain also in this league. Some days you don't really have to take much risk, just win the game. And to win the game is just to be out there and stay there and make sure you just keep rotating the strike. Even now, Rasmus can really look for a boundary if they have to hit a boundary. They don't need to, but if they feel that boundary needed, he's the man. He can just go for it.
They're doing it in ones at the moment. Have to find something, the Dubai Capitals. Another loss here tonight, and then all of a sudden tomorrow night's game becomes quite crucial for them. One team back in action up against the Abu Dhabi Knight Riders, Sunil Narayan's men. Alex Hales, Livingston and Dre Russ. It don't get any easier for the Capitals.
Yeah, that's why it's important to start well and make sure that you continue with that form. You can very quickly go in these tournaments downward if you don't really take care of the games which we can win. And that's why all these support staff, the coaches, the managers, they become very important to just keep them awake and make sure that you keep winning the games. But at the moment, the Capitals, they need to find a win first. First win can bring 2 or 3. And then have a tough job in their hand playing Abu Dhabi Knight Riders tomorrow. The Abu Dhabi Knight Riders, they've won 1 and they've lost 1. So they'll be hurting too. That also brings that last singer 150. 5 wickets down, run rate required under 5, no issues.
Well, Capitals last season, having won the title, they started poorly. They lost 3 of their first 4 last year. Well, earlier this year, last season. It's pulls powerfully and all the way. That makes it even easier now for the Gulf Giants. They're just 5 away.
First 6 of the evening for James Vince. Another knuckle delivery. It wasn't really pacey. He had to really wait for that shot. But the timing was so good. This Kookaburra cricket ball stays very hard most of the overs you bat. And this one traveled very quickly. 10 of the over so far. Last ball.
Just short. Might go for 2 here. I think Vince is he's still struggling enough to say no. Don't think I would have got back. 2 to go, 157 for 5. coming to an end Saturday evening here at the Dubai International Stadium. Moeen Ali of the Giants won the toss. Capitals into bat at the stage. They were flying along. Probably should have got in the region of 170 to 180. Ended up with 160. Giants look like they will chase it down pretty comfortably. Awadullah is first. Just the single.
Capitals made a few mistakes this evening. I think first of all, I thought Willie promoting up the order wasn't really a great idea. And he's taken up too many deliveries to get going, and then he got out. I think that was poor. And then, of course, Mohammad Nabi, such a good player on a pitch which was offering a bit of turn. Didn't play him. This one might just go. Oh no, that is brilliantly taken right on the boundary by Mustafizur Rahman, and a wicket for Javadullah. Introduced for the first time in this game and picked up a wicket on his second ball.
Well, it's just flown straight to him. Just backpedal a touch, get right on the boundary. Short, cut away. Just backpedaling, make sure he was inside, comfortably taken. Mustafizur. Back-to-back low scores for Erasmus. 158 for 6. Comes the Yorker in nicely. Mark Adair is the new man.
That angle from the left-arm fast bowlers have caused problem in ILT20. It's not that easy to score runs against, and if it's swinging, they have caused issues. We saw Ajay Kumar the other day bowl beautifully, especially with the new ball. He swung and bowled lovely Yorkers. But I think that angle always creates some issues. Little misfield, might be just one. I think they have to rethink many things. Nabi is their man. I thought they could easily played him. And then Farhan Khan, who impressed everyone, a fast bowler, a wiry fast bowler, good pace, get extra bounce. And this pitch offers a little bit of assistance. And you see the grass on the surface. You can easily bring him in for that little extra kick, extra pace.
Eases that away. 11th half century in the DP World ILT20 for James Vince. His joint most 50s in the tournament alongside Alex Hales. Been measured. At times it's looked a little uncomfortable for him with that hip injury. He's seen it through, and just one run required now.
In the middle, we all thought that he should just go off, and now we realize that it was important for him to stay out there for the win cause. Another bouncer. This might be wide, and this might be the end of the game, and the Giants winning by 4 wickets. It's quite a comfortable victory. Well played, James Vince. I thought with all those injuries, with that issues with running between the wicket, he's done excellent job. Took the team home. Second victory of the tournament, early days, but Jonathan Trott and party, they'll be very pleased with the performance, the way the bowlers bowled, and then of course going in and finishing the game.
Yeah, record over the Capitals now. 6 wins, 2 losses for the Giants. They've been good tonight. Handshakes and high fives all round for James Vince. Said that strike rate of 111. Normal circumstances, you'd say, might be a little low, but in a run chase, it is all about winning in the 2 points. They lost 6 wickets, they lost 5 while he was at the crease. Went in at number 3, of course. Perhaps a game too early for that injury, be able to run freely between the wickets, but job well done, and the decision to bring him in has paid off. Work from Moeen Ali and his Gulf Giants tonight. They go back-to-back wins to start this season's DP World ILT20, and work to do. Haven't got long to think about it though. The Capitals, they're back here tomorrow. Good balance to the side. The Gulf Giants bowled nicely through the middle, hauled things back well. They only have to chase that 161 in the end, and it should have been a lot more.
Well, I think Moeen Ali did a fantastic job with his leadership, with captaincy out there when they were bowling, bringing himself on, and then Dawson and Party, and they delivered. They really bowled well. It was turning a bit, and they made the full use of that period in the middle where really batting, and that's where they struggled. They couldn't really kick on. They couldn't really score runs in that period. There's 5 overs in the middle part. Really put Capitals on the back foot. They managed to get 160 thanks to last over where they scored 19, but 160 was never enough.
18 runs in 5 overs from 10 to 14. That was where Moeen Ali and his team brought it back, courtesy of Dawson, Moeen himself. That 1 over that went 3 from Ayan Afzal Khan. That was the period where you felt Capitals' innings fell away. 19 off the last over, which allowed them through to that 160, courtesy of a couple of loose deliveries. Omar Azai at the back end. All in all, the dominant performance from the Gulf Giants, having lost 6 wickets in the process, really seem in doubt. Well, 148 runs for Pathum Nissanka now in the tournament. Jonathan Trott passes over the green belt, which is for the leading run scorer of the DP World ILT20. Thank you very much to the Giants coach. He'll be pretty pleased with his little Sri Lankan opening batter. 67 for him to back up his 81 in the first match. Vince with 50 not out of 45, and just little contributions, you would say, from Omar Azai and Moores. .97, that was the key one between Pathum Nissanka and James Vince. Vince did a lot of the observing, but from the moment Nissanka was dismissed, then he just controlled the innings nicely to give the Gulf Giants their win. 2 wickets for 26 for the Fizz. Waqar Salam Keel 1 for 45, his most expensive spell in the DP World ILT20. Shanaka with a couple of wickets late in the piece, but it was just a little too late for the Capitals. .160 for 6. Again, a lot of contributions without any big scores in that Capitals lineup. Omar Azai with 3 wickets was a touch expensive in his last over, which kind of ruined his figures a little bit. Ayan and Moeen with a wicket apiece, and then the Giants responding with 161 for 6, courtesy of Nissanka and Vince. 4-wicket win for the Gulf Giants. 2 from 2 for them. Net run rate of 1.63. Pretty healthy early stage of the season. A couple for the Vipers as well. And no wins for the Capitals, the Warriors, and my Emirates at the moment. Final to be played on the 4th of January. Take a short break and come back with Alan Wilkins, who will lead the post-match presentation.
DP World ILT20.
Match number 5 of the DP World ILT20 Season 4, all done. Capitals 160 for 6. In response, it was the Golf Giants 161 for 6. The Golf Giants winning by 4 wickets. They go 2 from 2 to start the season. Let's go to Alan Wilkins for the post-match presentation.
Well, first of all, we would like to thank all the sponsors of the DP World International League T20 for Season 4. DP World, One Expat, Big Ticket, TCL and the Cycle Hub. A big thanks to our major sponsors for this tournament. And DP World ILT20 would also like to thank all the government organizations, everyone involved, including the ground authorities, for making sure this match has taken place smoothly. And a win for the Giants by 4 wickets. First award for tonight's presentation is the DP World Dispatch of the Day, and the winner gets a trophy and a check for $1,500 US. Pathun Nisanka for this amazing reverse sweep 6 off Waqar Salamkheil. And this was the most extraordinary six by the gifted Sri Lankan. This reverse sweep by Patun Nissanka is our DP World Dispatch of the day. And Miss Ebtisam Al-Khabi, Senior Vice President for JAFSA Sales, presenting the award on behalf of DP World. Thanks very much indeed, and well batted, Patun. Okay, let's talk to Dashan Shanaka, who's captain of the Dubai Capitals. Dashan, let's have a little word with you here. There we go. Just there's your mark right there. Okay, so it was a close contest, but your fellow countryman, he's difficult to bowl to, isn't he?
Yeah, he's in his form in his life. So at the moment, you know, bowling anything at his hip means going for six.
He's amazing, because I mean, he's so small, and yet he hits the ball so far, so he's going to give trouble to a lot of teams in this tournament, isn't he?
Yeah, he worked hard, you know, over the recent past. He wanted to make sure that he's coming up with that level he needs to maintain in that international level, and absolutely happy the way he has come. I have seen him growing from the very small time, so really happy for him.
Back to your innings. Did you lose your way a little bit in that innings? You got off to a good start in the power play, and then you just went quiet. What happened?
See, we could have been a little more intent with the bat in that middle period. We didn't try to find the gaps with the bat, you know, rather than waiting to hit the long ball. We need to rotate the strike as well. And of course, Roman Pavel, I think he could have gone a bit earlier, and myself, probably we might get this right in the next game.
What number did you bat? Was it 8?
I can't remember actually.
I think you've got to go higher. Anyway, thanks very much indeed, Dashan. We'll see you very soon. Good luck. It's a long way to go in the tournament.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dashan. Okay, now then, let's ask the captain of the Gulf Giants, Moeen Ali, to sign the match ball, which has been given to him by Miss Ebtisam Al-Khabi, Senior Vice President for JAFSA Sales. And we'll have a little shot for the camera. Thank you very much. On the mark, please. Sorry, Moeen. Sorry, I've got to do this, otherwise they'll shout at me. Moeen, well done. Look, that's 2 out of 2. What pleased you most about this win tonight?
The fact that we got the points and we feel like we can still play better. I thought we actually bowled really well. I thought myself and Dos in the middle, we squeezed them a little bit, and yeah, the fact that we got the points and we can still play better. Yeah,
I spoke to Dashan about your little match winner. I mean, he's amazing. He's a bundle of dynamite.
He's a brilliant player. I mean, I think for a while now, I believe he's one of the best players in the world in all the formats. He's very hard to bowl at. Plays amazing shots, and he takes anyone down, and he's confident, he's strong, and quietly goes about his business.
He certainly does. Just a word on James Vince. He looked like he was struggling tonight. Was that a bit of a gamble playing him?
A little bit, but he's a quality player, and today I thought he just did a great job. So you can't always play well, and you don't always have to look good. Even in timeout when we went out, we just said, look, you stay there, just knock it around. You're doing a great job for the team, and you need someone like that sometimes in T20 cricket on sticky wickets, and the situation was that he played the situation really well.
Great stuff. Thanks very much indeed. Thanks a lot, Moeen. Moeen Ali, captain of the Gulf Giants. And so our Player of the Match award, our final award tonight, a check for $1,500 and a trophy, and it goes to the Gulf Giants, Patun Nissanka. Patun, come and collect the award from Mr. Sanjeev Gupta, founder and chairman of S&V Group, who will present the award to Patun Nissanka. Sanjeev Gupta, founder and chairman of SNV Group. Thank you, Sanjeev. There we are, just there. So, Patun, this is a ground that you like. You got 100 against India. Why do you like batting here?
Yes, I like that venue because most of the time I score runs here. That's why I like here.
What's the secret? Why are you batting so well?
Nothing special, just I try to do my best and believe myself.
And was it good to play against Dashan Shanaka?
Yes, always.
Very good. Keep the form going. It's beautiful to watch. You really are playing so well. We're very happy and very lucky to see you play. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Pratun Nissanka, who's our player of the match, and he's playing absolutely beautifully, and he is the one reason why the Gulf Giants have now made it 2 out of 2.
Thank you very much, Alan Wilkins, and to the players who joined in. Match number 6 tomorrow. It's the first of a doubleheader. The Warriors up against My Emirates. It is live from the Sharjah Cricket Stadium, 1:30 p.m. We are on air. Following that, back here at the Dubai International Stadium, on air at 6 p.m. for the Capitals up against the Knight Riders. So doubleheader Sunday to look forward to tomorrow. Been all about the Gulf Giants here today. They've gone 2 from 2 to start this year's DP World ILT20. Enjoy your Saturday night as we look forward to doubleheader day tomorrow.
Match 5 here at Dubai International Cricket Stadium, and it was the Golf Giants again against the Dubai Capitals this time. Dubai Capitals struggling at the start of the tournament, but the Golf Giants looking good. Good with the ball, but good with the bat as well. Nissanka earning himself another player of the match performance. 67 to go with his last game of 81. Hitting it to all parts. Helped by James Vince, who was back in action for the Golf Giants today, getting the win for his team. So have a look here. As you can see, they put 160 on the board, the Capitals, but the Golf Giants there did a great job with the bat and the ball, getting that 4-wicket victory. We have a look at the points table. 2 from 2 for the Golf Giants. Are sitting on top now. The Desert Vipers with their 2 wins as well. Capitals, though, a few questions to ask when they go into the next game, which is tomorrow. Welcome into Cricket Safari. Jonathan Trott is joining Andy Flower and Waka Yunus and myself. Congratulations, this coaching gig's pretty easy.
No, definitely not, but thank you very much. I'll take it.
Tell us about tonight and your assessment of the boys' performance.
Well, I think we were, pretty good with the ball, and they maybe got a few too many at the end, and we let them get a couple in the last couple of overs. But I think would have taken 160, having seen how the wicket played, which we weren't quite sure how it was going to be, having been a used wicket. So to take that, 160, we would have taken it comfortably, but we made it a little bit harder for ourselves. We perhaps could have knocked it off a little bit quicker, but it's early on in the tournament, and the guys seem to be playing pretty well. Yeah,
they certainly do, Andy, and you know this team intimately. You know them very well. What have you liked about what you've seen so far?
They look as if they're beautifully led by their new head coach. No, but they do look really organised, actually, all jokes apart. They've been excellent up front with the new ball. They had a little more spin involved today, which I'd like to ask Trotty about in a moment. And then the injection of Nissanka into the team, I think, has been a masterstroke. He looks incredibly impressive, very classy-looking player. And I haven't seen a lot of him. I'm sure Jonathan has seen more. But Trotty, tell us a little more about the lead-in, if you don't mind, the lead-in to this tournament. You've started so well. Were there a few key things that you needed to put in place to get that start?
Well, we got all the players from the T10, so it's not like they hadn't been playing cricket. They had been playing cricket, and for me, it was just about finding the right combinations. And just going back to Nissanka, who obviously became available sort of last minute, and we had 2 injuries to bowlers. And we signed a bowler, and I made sure that we signed him. We saw how well he played in Asia Cup here at the stadium. And obviously being involved in subcontinent cricket quite a lot, I've seen him over the years and been thoroughly impressed. So it's fantastic to have him in the change room that I'm in and with the rest of the players. But with regards to being led, very fortunate as well. My job's easier having some experienced players like Moeen Ali and James Vince around who've played a lot of franchise cricket and have played this tournament as well.
Waka, so you've got Nissanka out here, back-to-back performances with the bat. How would you bowl to him right now?
Oh, man, I mean, if someone's in this sort of form, it's very, very difficult to bowl to someone who's such a clean hitter and uses the pace really, really nicely. He's not a tall man. He's only, maybe 5'8", 5'7", 5'8", but he's clean. He's such a clean striker. Look at that. He uses the pace also and plays both sides of the pitch. We saw him flicking one on the onside, going for 6, and that shot was really icing on the cake. He's such a fine player, and I think it's a great signing. I think, Jonathan, you did an excellent job with signing him also. And I also want to just ask Trotty about the leadership of Moeen. I thought winning the toss first of all, and then bowling and bringing the bowlers, changing ends. I thought that he was wonderful.
Yeah, and I think his experience is not only himself as a player, but all playing in this tournament before. It makes my job very easy. Just asking questions. What do you think? Is full of ideas, along with James Vince, who's sort of coming back from an injury. The team feels in good hands, and with regards to the rest of the players, they'll feed off that. And so for me, it's just sitting back and making sure that things are organised as much as they can be, and give the guys the best opportunity to go forward, but also make sure the conditions are going to change throughout the tournament, and how we assess and how we adapt as a side is important.
And about James Vince, so you're a little worried about his injury because he was hobbling most of the time?
No, I don't think so. I think the easy option for him today would have probably been to get out and sort of let somebody else go. He saw the team home, and that's what leaders and people who are confident in their ability do.
There are fewer nicer things to watch than James Vince batting, and when he looks good, it's fantastic to watch. What is it about his technique that keeps him so successful, so consistency, would you say?
Well, I've known him since he was in the England Cricket Academy, and I was coaching there, actually. So he's a beautiful offside player against the quicks. And there's a good example against the spin. He holds that blade beautifully through his offside shots. He's a very good puller against quicks. And as soon as you can, if you're playing a good cover drive and punch off the back foot through the offside, but you've also got the pull to put their length under pressure, that's a great combination of shots, and means the bowlers have to be on point if they're going to create any pressure or create any chances against you. The other thing about him is he's very calm. He knows the game well. We were talking about his captaincy in the pre-game show, but he's a very calm bloke. Which is a great quality as a captain, great quality for a top 3 batter.
Have you ever seen him stressed out?
Not really, no. But I think that's, he don't sort of let that calmness sort of fool you. He thinks deeply about the game and is very, very determined. He was determined to play today, even though you probably think or knows he's a little bit injured. He wanted to play today, and it was very, very sort of direct in that sort of feeling.
Is he on some sort of incentive scheme?
Well, I don't know. We have to find out. But from me, whenever you see a player who could take the easy option again, and I'm 50, maybe give me a couple more days. No, I want to play tomorrow.
Nice.
You got to let them go.
Yeah, absolutely do. Waka, I want to talk to you about the bowling from the Golf Giants today, what you liked about it, and the new white belt holder.
Yeah, I think they are amazing. They've got a very good balance in their lineup, especially bringing this youngster who can bowl really, really well. Omar Zai, he's got good pace. He's a wicket taker. He swings the ball both ways. When you give him a new ball, he does the job also. And even in the middle part of the game, when you need him to just come and pick up a wicket or maybe just block the runs, and I think he's done well. He was a little expensive today, but he's a wicket taker. Wicket takers are going to be a little bit expensive, but so you will take that, and his batting is amazing also. We haven't seen that yet, but he's a very good all-rounder at number 5, number 6, or even number 7. They've got such a good batting lineup, so you can chuck him anywhere you want to.
Those players are handy to have, and you've worked with him a bit, so what's he like in the dressing room?
Very calm, very quiet and unassuming. It's been fantastic over the last 3.5 years to see his development, not only as a cricketer, but also as a person off the field as well. When I took the side of the Afghan side, very sort of quiet and sort of hid in the shadows a little bit. But as soon as, seeing him a few times, within 20 seconds, 30 seconds of seeing him bat or bowl, I knew we had something special. And to see that him rise, and he's now the ODI Player of the Year, ICC, it makes me very sort of proud as a coach to see these guys and changing their lives.
It's very cool to see. And tonight we saw a great performance. You've got 2 wins from 2 games. It's a nice way to start any tournament. But if you were looking for areas to improve on, we heard Moeen Ali in the post-match talk about how it was great to get the points, but you can be better. What are the areas that you think you'd be better in?
Maybe just closing out a little bit, understanding the sort of field dimensions and getting that right. We're going to be on a different pitch on Monday, so, a bit lopsided again in the field, and so we have to plan for that, and it will be a used wicket again, so we'll have to make sure we get our selection right and when we get to the ground on Monday.
All right, well, best of luck for that. Thank you so much for coming over and chatting us today. Go and enjoy the celebrations. 2 from 2.
I'll keep
so you can keep that microphone. That's our gift to you. Fantastic.
We got plenty.
Right, so we have some contest winners. Make sure you stay with us right now. Have a look at this. Have a look at this. Now, if your name is here, this is the Jawa Dika in Pau competition. If your name's on here, you are a winner from match number 4. All over the shop. 2 pages of winners here, so stay with us. If you didn't see your name on the first one, you might see it here. There you go. If you're on there, congratulations. So the Golf Giants, they get the victory. The Dubai Capitals, what are they going to do now? Because it's a tough way to start a competition, losing 2 on the trot, especially when you're defending your title. What would you be saying right now as the coach?
Well, first thing I think we should understand is they've had some major changes. So they've lost Sam Billings, their captain from last year, who's an outstanding captain. They've got a new captain in Dasun Shanaka. They lost Shea Hope, who was an outstanding opening batsman for them. He was the standout player last year for Dubai Capitals. And also Sikandar Raza, who's a very good all-round cricketer and a bundle of energy in the dressing room, in the hotel, and out here in the field when they're out bowling and fielding. So those are big losses. So it's a real reset for Dubai Capitals and probably quite a big challenge for Hemang Badani, the head coach. So I hope for their sake that they settle into some sort of rhythm. It's a challenge to how they hold their confidence after these 2 losses. You know, they're really going to have to bind well together, communicate well, and come out fighting in their 3rd match.
Yeah, they certainly will, Walker. If they go back and have a look at some of the dismissals from today, some are saying maybe some a little soft, some of those. I didn't say that, I don't bat, so it would be unfair of me to say that. But these dismissals, how would you describe them?
Look, I think that was a rash shot, and they could have taken a little bit longer, especially up front when you're losing wickets. And also when you facing the spinners, I thought they were very, very slow. They batted for 5 overs in the middle from 10 to 14, where they lost wickets and also didn't score. They scored only 18 runs. When you lose that many wickets, you're not going anywhere. And I thought, you know, the Giants were superb. They were just brilliant. They just bowled so well. It was hard to get away when your bowlers are bowling that well.
Andy, what of the batting order? Because there were some suggestions that Rovman Powell could go somewhere else. What would you do? How would you have it?
Well, I must say, looking at their order that they used today, Rovman Powell coming in at 7 and Dasun Shanaka coming in at 8. They're just too low. They need the exposure to the amount of balls that gives them the opportunity to turn a game. They are match winners, both those guys, with a bat. Dasun Shanaka is a proper stroke maker. Rovman Powell, all the power in the world. But if they're only offered 5 or 6 balls to face, you're not getting the most out of them. They should have a think about that.
Yeah, I wasn't sure why Willie was sent up the order. I mean, okay, wicket might be a little bit difficult, but they're professional. They've played enough cricket. They've been around the world playing different leagues. They know how to manage. And the way Andy just mentioned the names, Shanaka and Ronald Powell, and I mean, you're just wasting them basically. You know, batting down the order. Just send them up. Don't worry about it. Even if you lose their wickets, they'll come good. They're match winners. And I think that's where they made a huge mistake. And also Mohammad Nabi, I thought he was the man who should have come in place of Nishan, because we saw in the first inning ball was spinning, and he's a cunning bowler. He's very, very smart. So, and his batting could also be in an advantage. So I thought they made few mistakes. I'm sure they'll fix that tomorrow and come back stronger.
I'm sure they will, and they don't have much time to think about it, which might be a good thing. We're going to take a short break here. Don't you go anywhere. Andy, thank you for joining us. When we come back, we're going to have a look at tomorrow's double headers. Welcome back to Cricket Safari. Another good day out for the Golf Giants here in the DP World's ILT20. They have kicked off Season 4 beautifully. 2 wins from 2 games now, beating the Capitals by 4 wickets. Hello everyone, welcome back. Mike Hazeman is joining Wakara now, and myself on the sideline now. And what you've done pretty much every game of this tournament so far. Where does this one rate for you, and what's your initial assessment?
I was disappointed in the Capitals. I thought they were going to come out firing a bit today. The mistakes they made the other night, it was pretty much the same. I mean, no one got more than 40, and that's a real problem. They did get better in their power play this time around. And they only got to the 160 mark, which is a par score, and that included 19 off the last over. So they were always struggling, and I think it was going to be tough in that moment because I think they lost a little bit of air in their bubble actually at the halfway mark, and then they got back into the game just a fraction towards the end from the Giants. But I think the Giants are always going to be okay, providing Vince was there. And I was concerned about that as well because he was obviously hobbling around the place for a while. But yeah, disappointed in the Capitals. I think the Giants will be pleased with their performance overall, and now top of the table, which has got to be a nice tick for them.
It's a nice way to start any tournament, isn't it, Walker?
Yeah, 2 out of 2. I mean, you can't ask for more, but it's just a start. Don't, underestimate anyone or don't overestimate anyone. I mean, there's plenty of cricket to be played. It's a whole month, so you have to really keep your form going, and also you got to make sure that your players are fit. You got to keep swapping them around and keep them all in form. And yes, they are in good form. They won 2 games, and they look like a very, very good unit, and they look like a team who can win this tournament. So. Yeah, for me it's early days, but I'll really back them up.
Yeah, absolutely. We're already talking about them winning it, so it's a nice way for them to be. And they've got, you talk about form. Well, Nissanka, is he in the form of his life or what? He has looked so good. Was it maybe the last year? It's been pretty solid, pretty consistent.
The last year, really good. He's played in a few tournaments, T20 tournaments and performances. Obviously, the work he did for Sri Lanka against India in the Asia Cup was outstanding. That 107 in basically 50-odd balls. It was just quite ridiculous. But the way he strikes the ball, I mean, he's so small. He's such a tiny little bloke. He's got enormous ability to time the ball, hit sixes, and very composed. And he's one of those guys you can see straight away. He's just got a little bit more time than most. And if you're a batsman who's got more time than most and looks like you got more time than most, you're going to be a very good player. And he's still obviously not at his peak. He was the first to admit that, but gee, I think he's playing superbly.
Yeah, and good things come in small packages, I've always
yes.
Absolutely. So when you look at Nissanka and the way he's playing, how does he keep it up, do you think?
Look, he's one batter who hardly moves in his crease. He's very still, and he doesn't take big stride. He just, as Mike said, that he sees the ball probably better than other players, and when you're in form and you're seeing the ball early, you can play those sort of shots. And a very small stride, and he swivels from there also, and he can play offside also. He cuts the ball really well. We didn't see that many times today because of the slowness of the surface, but I feel once he gets a pitch where there is a little bit more bounce and a little bit more carry, and he'll play better because he stands really tall. It's a bit like Vince also. He's a timer of the ball. He's probably a 6 hitter. He hits a 6. He looks to sort of scoop it up. He doesn't really hold back. So he is one man they really have to take care of. Make sure that he stays in form, stays fully rested also, because you don't want to burn players here also.
He looks like, to me also, the other thing about him, and you'll know players like this, and so will you, Laura, I mean, obviously in the rugby world as well, he looks to me as though he's one of those blokes who wants to improve all the time. I reckon he would have been really disappointed he got out when he did. And one of the secrets of being a really fine sportsman is the next day you front up. I think I've heard Waz talk about this quite a bit. You do very well, you perform for your country. You've got to make sure the next day you front up, you perform even better, and the next test match even better. He looks like that sort of guy to me. So I think that's going to be something that's going to push him quite nicely. And if he can get that right with the ability he's got, I mean, there's not going to be much going to stop him. That's how good I think he could be.
Yeah, he plays all formats. He plays test match cricket also, one-day cricket. He's the Sri Lanka's main batter at this stage. And he most of the time he gives a really good start. Even in test matches, he plays the same way. He doesn't really hold back. It reminds me of Dilshan a little bit, because Dilshan was another batter who test match, one day, T20, whatever format, that's the way he's going to play, and he plays that way. And you know, when you have player like this who will get you going, and you know, the teams will win more games than others.
Yes, they certainly will, and they are doing that at the moment. And we are well into it here at the DP World ILT20. Our first of the double headers is tomorrow. The first up game is at Sharjah Cricket Stadium, one of my favourite stadiums, that one. And is the Sharjah Warriors. Can they bounce back, taking on my Emirates, who equally would like to bounce back from their losses to start their campaign? That's an interesting challenge. Who's your money on there?
Well, it is going to be interesting. In fact, I'm going to be ideal to talk about both these games because I'm doing both of them.
So it's a good start for you. We'll get your practice.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, both of them.
So, yeah, I'm doing both.
How
of them.
Are you going to manage?
Well, a little jet, I think. I don't know. Your jets? No, maybe not.
You guys are going on jets? I have to walk.
You know, that jet, not the jet which flies.
The Warriors have got to play better. I mean, they're the team that I'm looking to see play better than they did the last time around. They can make a big improvement. And, of course, Emirates, you know, they're normally a side that, with the power hitters they've got, you expect them to be... not Emirates. Emirates. Yeah, you expect them to play better than they have been so far as well. So, you know, you've got 4 teams playing tomorrow who have lost their last games. So, I mean, they've all got to pull out their socks and make sure they come right tomorrow. Because they've got to actually get on that winning trail, because you can't sort of get in the games and lose too many in a row at the start. Then you're playing catch-up the whole time.
Which is no way to play at all. But with my Emirates and what we saw them do out here, I mean, we did see the likes of Kieran Pollard's get a wee start, and it was good to see. It was exciting to watch, and hoping that he'll just continue that on tomorrow and really help his team.
Yeah, too good a team to keep them out of the winning streak. I think, yes, they had a poor start, but they have got so many great players of T20 cricket that, you know, I'm sure they are going to bounce back. Sharjah Warriors got to be a little bit more worried. They had a terrible game, the previous one in Sharjah, so they have to really pull their socks and make sure that they play some decent cricket. They have to really sort out their bowling. So it should be a good game. But I think Sharjah Warriors got more to lose right now.
Emirates have got Nicholas Puran as well. I mean, he didn't fire in the last game. He sort of didn't get going. But I think one of the things that's going to be quite important is the track where all the runs were scored when Livingston got those 88 in about 3 balls, I think it was.
Yeah.
That was a track that was much better for stroke making than we saw yesterday, for example. It was a little bit of a different track, and the guys couldn't really play as many strokes as they wanted to. So I think that's one. I know it's the same pitch that they used, I think. No, it was a different pitch. It was a fresh pitch. But I think it's a situation where the guys have got to adapt to make sure they adapt to the surfaces and don't just go out there straight away and look to play shots straight away, because it won't be the same as the first game, because that was just magnificent to bat on.
It was. It looked magnificent to bat on, and I always like seeing people hit them onto the road. You know, I think that's very exciting.
Into the shop.
Into the shop next door. So will that happen? Well, that's the first game in the double header, but there's also the next game in the evening. It is ADKR taking on the Capitals. So they don't have too long to think about what's happened out here tonight against the Golf Giants, and that might not be a bad thing, right, Waka?
Yeah, they both lost their, previous game. You know, you saw Capital losing now, and then of course Abu Dhabi Knight Riders, they lost their second game in Sharjah. So they're both hurting. They both probably look to get back into winning streak. And Abu Dhabi Knight Riders, I feel that they're a better side when I look at the two sides.
Yeah, well, the Knight Riders, they haven't. How do I put this nicely? In the last couple of seasons, they've struggled. They've struggled a little bit. But to start with a win against that Sharjah Warriors side over in Sharjah, to see what Livingston did.
Yep.
I mean, how much will they be relying on him? Because they've got some serious players in that team.
Yeah.
Well, I wonder if he's going to be fit. He took a nasty blow on the eye when he was trying to take a catch towards the end of the game. So I wonder if he's going to be fit. They're going to be up like
He'll
that
be
today,
fine.
I would imagine.
Come on, he'll be fine.
But he's from England.
Well, here he was here all the way from England at Sharjah Cricket Stadium, absolutely going to town. 82 off 38 balls. I mean, you just wouldn't want to be a bowler that day.
Not at all. It was disappearing to all parts. They were all getting a stiff neck watching the ball just fire out of the green. It was amazing hitting.
He does this around the world. What makes him so good, so challenging to bowl to when he's in that mood?
He comes in the middle and he plays spinners really, really well. And, when he takes on the spinners, it's hard to bowl at.
Look out tomorrow. It's all coming for you on the DP World ILT20. See you tomorrow.
That's a 6-4.